Okay, let's get started. Sorry about the slight delay. Realised I needed breakfast before starting this today. Okay. Do we not have a camera? Do not have a camera? Do not have a camera? Let's fix that. That should fix that. Awesome. Very interesting. Nothing like having consistent setups. Just plug and play. I'd rather have it than not have it. It's looking healthier. There we go. There we go. Fix that. Okay. So, want to go? My apologies. Focus of today's stream, which will be a longer stream. No work today. The focus for today's stream will be getting the elements of the create user to publish the create tenant user to publish the event. Unfortunately, some days this is the only actual work time I have on this project, so it is going to mean that there is no real overnight progress, and there's a lot of progress in the next stream. But I did do some tinkering and some experimentation yesterday evening when I had the chance. And what I noticed is there's no good way in Couchbase of saying, does this collection exist? You can't just ping a collection, right? If you try and get the collection, it doesn't exist. It will throw an exception. And my computer rebooted. It ran updates and completely ignored the fact that I sent it to sleep last night. So things may not be quite as I want them today. Which means Docker isn't started, and I might have lost my database. It's gonna be one of them days. Let's get all that started. Move over here. So, yesterday I was tinkering with Couchbase and trying to see what would happen if I just tried to get the collection. So I did realize that I don't need to actually have the scope exist in the database for the scope to be created. So I can clean up a little bit of code there. And that means that my tenant create handler, I don't technically need this part, right? Because the scope will get requested in that begin. All I was doing in here in initialize tenant was checking to see if things were ready and then creating the scope, right? But even then, I don't think, considering the problem I was trying to solve, I don't even think these are necessarily necessary. Good morning, Clean and Dev. How you doing? How's things? What are you up to? So I am working on building an Agile project management tool similar to Jira and other things from the ground up. I spent a long time in software, and this is kind of something that I'm passionate about. So I'm going to build my own, good or bad, success or fail, go through those steps. But the stream, I'm sharing my journey with this, my design decisions, my architectural decisions, all the fun things. So today we're messing with Couchbase a little bit and dealing with events in the system. So when a tenant is registered, an event gets fired, Kafka receives that, and then we handle that out in consumers inside of our work items component and add the user there, and kind of going through learning a little bit more about Couchbase's API. Sounds cool. I can only imagine how complex those kinds of systems are under the hood. I only ever use Trello. Yeah, Trello's owned by Jira now, right? So Trello would be my kind of first version, right? It would be the if I get Trello, things are working well, right? So that should work. Liquid Sky. So right now I'm using JetBrains Space to track the actual work as I'm building. So similar to Trello, right? Is a tool to track some tickets and do that. So I'm kind of using this and then grow into, or the ultimate goal would be to consume the product itself. But I'm starting with API only. I'm not going to focus any effort or resource or time on UI because it's the area I'm the weakest. It is the area that I am more likely to get derailed with trying to get the right design. And I do believe that the UI design heavily impacts the API design, and I think the API can be more pure than that. So I'm going to start from go as long as I can with just APIs. And then when it feels like I've got enough to put together, put a basic UI in there, but again, keep that UI agnostic so I can then experiment with different UI technologies. Essa, good morning. How you doing? So right now I am unfortunately having to restart everything because my computer decided to restart on its own terms, not mine. So, so we're hoping the Couchbase DB is there, otherwise I've got to start things again. It's not a problem, it's kind of what I need to move towards anyway, right? Is this, but if this asks me for cluster, I'm going to be, ugh, not that one. Where are you? It's for a different stream. Oh, there we go. It's working. I'm good. I'm good. I was a little later starting today because I realized just as I started, I hit start button, I really needed some food, and I wouldn't make it 3 hours without. So, yeah. So a little late, but off to a good start. And no work today, so excellent start. Okay, so what we're trying to do, the overall design is a bucket is an organizational unit within Couchbase, right? So Couchbase is a document DB. A bucket is a ping of collections or scopes and collections in Couchbase. So if you go to Mongo or something, you add collections under a bucket. Sounds cool. I'll be looking in the background. No worries. Thank you very much for the look, Clayman. I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping in. So a bucket is a top level item, and Couchbase can have scopes underneath there. The scopes I'm going to use for tenancy. Scopes can have collections again. So my scope is my tenant identifier, and then the information for that tenant is stored under there. It means that when I'm actually working with Couchbase, I can get a scope, by beginning a unit of work, and that will scope me to my tenant. And then everything else I can communicate with collections, and everything will be in the scope of that tenant. The challenge I'm having is I want to make sure that I'm using the right APIs. And I learned something the other day that Couchbase rebranded their SQL as SQL++ instead of N1 SQL or NI SQL, however you pronounced it before. So, yeah. So buckets and clusters, collections and scopes, right? You can get a scope, you can get a collection, but if this collection doesn't exist, this will throw an exception, right? So if I do this, because it doesn't matter that it doesn't exist, right? I'm looking into code crafters at the moment. Sort of interests me, but $40 a month. Morning, Delta. How you doing? Code crafters. Ah. Oh, so on that topic, I have posted a poll. I don't know if anyone checked the Discord, but if you check the Discord, there's a new channel under the streaming section for coding challenges, and I've posted three items in there that I would be interested in attempting, but do not sound like they would be something I have done before. Yeah, same thing. That's why I'm mentioning it. And I would like to do one on stream because, it was suggested to me the other week, and I think it would be a good idea. I'll do the first one in a week or so, depending on, if there's interest in doing it. Interesting. But yeah, so if you haven't yet, go into the Discord and cast your vote on which one you would like me to do. And I need to get the bot up and running because I need to get commands to remind things like that. I need to start being more promoting, I suppose, of things. Okay, so if I go here, as I said, try and get this collection. Right, let's just call it ticket. Let's call it tickets, right? Right. Then this will error, right? Error. The get CID by name operation timed out. It was reviewed 6 times. So we saw that originally in that the timeout was not the key value timeout wasn't set, but this isn't the key value timeout. Actually, no, that is the key value timeout, but it's not picking up what I'm actually setting. So I'm pretty sure I copied. I gotta get a different monitor set up. Key value timeout 10 seconds. So we introduced that in the code a while ago, and it fixed several of the problems. So let's bucket dot wait until ready async. Time span dot timeout from seconds 10. So what's made you want to try the coding challenges, Delta? Or even consider spending $40 a month. It was retried 6 times. So yeah, this doesn't work. Unfortunately, this website isn't developed well enough. The Code Crafters one? So, okay. They have a guide auto-generated by AI, which is basically worthless. Like, I too can use ChatGPT, and they link the Git documentation for the Git one. So $40 for access to links that you can get through Google. Yeah, I can see that being a little bit challenging. Actually, hold on. Does that actually gets to here? I don't think it actually fails necessarily. I think I'm mistaking the wrong thing. So the collection exists, or does this collection exist? I get past that line is my point. Collection in scope dot exist. It's amazing what happens if you actually start to read the messages. I was hitting F5 on this yesterday, not really. That's a document. Won't that fail in the same way? Does that hit the same point? Yeah, that error's there because it can't actually get the key. I don't see what value this website is adding, and I can just easily go and do this on my own. I mean, you can do a coding challenge, right? You can do all manner of challenges. There's all sorts of problems out there. But I always find it easier to find something that you actually care about. The only reason I'm contemplating the coding challenges thing is because there's some definite talking points along the way of doing it with the stream, right? If the stream helps pick the challenge I pick up out of a group that are interesting to me, I'm interested in doing them, and the stream is able to engage with them. Whereas if you're just picking up a challenge on your own, just randomly, you're not as engaged in that topic. So I'd just find challenges for yourself, right? I mean, the practice is not there if you're trying to. I mean, considering the other things you're doing, the database stuff, the financial library stuff, like you've got enough challenges on your plate. I mean, I'm pretty sure every developer has about 1,000,000,001 unstarted projects. But so if I do if collection in scope dot cid is null, else. So I can't find this in the documentation, by the way. Anyhow, glad I didn't buy that. Okay, good. Okay. So, so we don't need that. Let's see if we can do it this way. Await scope. Oh, so here you need the bucket, right? No. How do I create a collection then? All of a sudden, I'm like, I'm not sure I understand how I use this. Bucket, initialize collection, create collection, bucket.collections, and you give it the scope. Yeah, okay. So bucket.collections.create collection async. And then you give it the scope, scope.name, and then the collection name. So for those joining today, we'll be going longer today. If an ad break starts and you're actually paying attention to what I'm doing and want to ask anything, please just prompt me and I will stop doing what I'm doing and wait until the ad's over. Amal, good morning. How are you? Is it? The camera's frame rate's busted? Oh yeah, that is. That should be totally frozen now. Nope. Let's see if we can fix that. It is so I use an app called ChromaCam to blur the background. It's currently chewing up quite a significant amount of resources, it looks like. Huh. Okay. I'm going to do it that way for now. I'm not going to spend half an hour messing around with camera and wasting programming energy. If that's okay with everybody else, I'm sure you'll deal with not seeing my face. Got to do morning stuff. Be right back. Okay, Delta. Sorav, good morning. Motivated from you. Okay. Connie, good morning. Or good afternoon. How are you doing? Good day. We'll go with good day. I should say that more often. I do normally when I join streams. Good day. Okay, so we need to create the bucket. We need a collection name, tickets, and new create collection settings. So I'm validating here that I can create collections based upon the existence of the collection. What? Of all the days for my tools to break down, today is not the day I want to do that. There we go. That was because it was off screen. that was a rendering problem. Okay, with no expiry. There we go. So now, scope with name test scope TBD not found. That's interesting. So it will give you a scope. It will let you test the collection in a scope, but it will not work unless you create the scope. If the scope of an identifier like that, scope dot. So there's no exists on here. And you can do scope dot bucket dot collections. That's funny. And now I spook into your stream around it's 1:30 p.m. here. I try to avoid working. That's especially around this time of year. Good to take a break. Okay. So how do I test it for that? So now I'm going up a level. How do I test it for scope exists? Huh. So sadly, the Couchbase documentation is not around the SDK. It's not as strong as I would like, right? If I go to the example, right, the sample applications, they have the travel sample application. And if you link to this one, the name might look familiar because I'm the one that updated it to .NET 8. So this doesn't give me any solid examples that I remember, but let's have a look. But this seems like a common use case, right? It seems like a, hey, how do I create a scope? Should I always create a scope? What? Why is that opening? I'm going to enter it because I don't want to have issues with Rider today. That's the least of my worries. Well, should be the least of my worries. Ah, resharper license. Huh, sure. That's why that opened. That's why that was there. So, in the sample code, it's being testing today. Huh, they put AI Assistant in the resharper tooling as well. That's impressive. Like, they're really trying to get around Copilot. So their sample code, the airport service, they get the cluster, they query it. So it relies upon things existing pretty much. Bucket, scope, collections. So they do have an inventory scope. Yeah, so even here it's N1QL. So there's no clear example that I can tell of that. I mean, this is how to interact with Couchbase over their query language, etc. This is not, here's a really good practice on how to build an application with Couchbase, which is again why I kind of stream, right? I stream because I feel that when we look at code like this, if you're not used to building applications, then you're kind of guided by the quick thrown together, here's a demonstration of the pieces, without actually having a good example of how to write code. I'm not criticizing the people who wrote this code. I'm just saying that this is a common problem across everything we do, right? Finding solid examples that not only teach you how to use something but help build your skill set along the way is hard. So we have there might be an API, but I'd have to go searching through all the endpoints to know. Did that just open the same page? Yes. Can be found in the server docs, which is a link to this page, or which. So I could bring up this, which is a little drier, right? In that I now have to know what I'm looking for. So, scope extensions. Scope exists exception. Scope not found. Query async, query async. So there's exceptions. If I try and create a scope that doesn't exist, that exists already. Is there any options when I get the scope? Right? No. There's no overload. No options for saying, hey, create this scope. But watch this. If I do is it create scope? How do I do it? We do work item context, scope async, create scope async. Oh, bucket.collections. So bucket.collections dot. So I could do this. C dot. Nope, can't do that. There's no filtering there. Dot. I'll go await that one. Dot. Any s goes to s dot name equals test scope tbd1. If not exists, then we do await bucket.collections collections dot create scope async test scope. But I get a typo in here. tbd1. And then we can do var scope equals that, right? Bucket dot scope async, right? Await. So now that should function. He says still gets a timeout on insert. So this still hits CID by name, right? Let's see if it changes the actual database. Buckets, work items. So there's our scope, and there's our collection. So this is the other part I did, right? So after I created a collection, I did the add primary index. So genuine thoughts on Couchbase so far. I think that the scope stuff does help me with what I'm trying to do, right? It does give me some organizational units in which to put my tenant data. Tickets, so searching and tickets and stuff is not within the realm of this, right? This is storage of data, right? It makes sense to store these as documents because they are documents, right? Who it's assigned to, the content of the job, etc. These are pure documents. It gives me a nice organizational thing, but the API is lacking enough that I'm going to have to add layers around the outside to strengthen those things. And maybe I'm not using the API idiomatically. Maybe I'm actually pushing against that API in some way, shape, or form. In that and that's normally a feeling you should get when you're trying to work with something and it's a little harder than it seems to be, or a little harder than the examples show it being, right? You should stop and think, does this exist? I'm doing this. This seems like something that should be there if I'm using it the way I should be using it. So what am I doing wrong? Right? You know, it's important to make sure that you are stopping and making sure you're using the technology right, that you are not not just bundling through and adding extra layers. Because if you're not using it correctly and someone else comes to look at the code and is used to seeing how this works, then you could end up with, you know, you could end up with what's the right word? I'm trying to think of the right words here for this one. if you're not using it the way it's meant to be used, and someone else comes in who has used it before properly, then they might make assumptions about your code. Is really what I'm trying to say there. There you go. I think I got the camera working again while I was talking there. I do feel that the camera does at least make the stream a little bit more personable, even if it's my face. So yeah, what do I do here? Do I continue down this path of adding these extra layers in? Because right now, every single thing that comes in this instance is going to have to do all these checks. Now, these aren't happening frequently. These are in the actual day-to-day usage of the application. I should never be able to say, hey, go get me the tickets, and then I should say, the tickets exist? No, let's create the tickets collection. The system shouldn't self-repair in that way. What it should do is be confident of that layer that that's there, right? So it's probably okay for me to write some of this stuff and do the checks on every single thing. I just want to make the API a little cleaner, or make my interaction with it a little cleaner, so it's more my code than infrastructure, which is why we write libraries around things, right? Why we write wrapper code. It's because we need to abstract the implementation of the technology we're using and focus on what we're doing over everything else, right? That's why the handlers, right? The handlers, here's the thing it does, right? It initializes a tenant, it begins a scope, it initializes these collections, right? These are all components of the system as a whole, right? So, and again, in the application layer over here, in the commands, register new tenant, when you get past the header stuff, is, does it exist with that name? Does it exist with that address? You know, add the tenant address. There we go, we're done, right? We're moving on. So without wrappers and other services, etc., then those technologies are front and center, and you end up repeating the code, and that's where copying and pasting gets into the way, right? Because if you start putting those implementation pieces in the code there, like, oh, I need to get, and again, I'm not being deliberately critical, but in the same, this is the sort of thing this encourages, right? The logic of getting flights and the technology here are intermingled, right? You can and probably should write some abstractions around this to make it a little clearer what you're doing, right? We could use the repositories to abstract the actual query component, and then we could just worry about get the flights within this time range, etc. So building those pieces, you've got to question, should you? You should question, should you? But it's sometimes worth it. Okay, so I think we need to do this, and that's going to require an I scope, right? It's not global in this case because I'm not in the unit of work. And we're going to pass in the collection name. And I know I could be doing this in the actual code, but it takes me way longer to get the code up and running than it does for me to get this up and running, right? That's Couchbase. So now this should be while not, what did I do? While not go to implementation, Control F12. I should be able to remember that by now. So the problem is this is an infinite loop. If this primary index fails, this will never quit, which is not healthy. I probably should change that design, right? Because if I have a cancellation token in here, and while not await or not cancellation requested, right? then I can do it that way, and then everything will cancel neatly, and I can quit my way out of that if the system crashes. If this just keeps on failing for whatever reason, I could. This is a swallow exception. This isn't really great. I should know what exceptions I expect, so that if this throws another type of exception, this genuinely should throw an exception, right? Because an uncaught exception would bubble, right? So I should be more specific on what exact exception I'm waiting for here. And in this case, I think it's easy to find. So as I refine that, I should go back over and do those things. Right, let's actually make that change. And then, yeah, okay. So while not, so add primary index ticket scope, comma, tickets. Await task.delay. And if you remember, if you were here for doing this part of the code, the reason this is here is because again, it's that setting up the infrastructure piece, right? This is going to happen when I create a tenant or when I create a new user, right? Not every minute or every second as the application's in use. But you have to have a primary index there to query a Couchbase collection. From what I've found so far. So, and again, as we grow, maybe I'll actually be looking at, and Matt Groves will actually manage to get into the stream as I'm doing Couchbase, and then be able to correct me on some things. So that would be pretty cool. Yeah, so we got unambiguous timeout exception, which kind of feels like exception, but yeah. Okay, so let's see if collection name already exists. Interesting. So we're trying to create it, but it already exists. So that isn't a good enough check. But this will throw an exception. Catch collection or but again, the issue there is if it throws another exception, I've really got to bet. If it throws any exception, I've got to throw out my code because I can't trust that it can proceed effectively. So if I wrap this in again, if I wrap this in another method, then that's basically going to say, okay, return false, essentially. I can't swallow that. So that works, but that doesn't feel right. So there's our ticket. I don't know. I mean, again, if there's anyone watching that's actually got an opinion or is questioning this, please feel free to join in. I do not mind receiving other people's opinions on this. Am I wrong? Am I overthinking this? I mean, it's an HTTP API underneath, right? So the Couchbase API is just communicating with an HTTP layer at the Couchbase piece, right? So it seems like an exist check is a very easy thing to implement because it's a get or even a what's it called, a head request. A head request would do it, head on the tail request, a head on the collections endpoint, which is a HTTP verb for checking if something is there. I think that would make that much cleaner, because then I don't have to catch exceptions. I can say, does the collection exist? And I do not want to write my own wrapper around Couchbase API, by the way. That is not on the cards. I've got enough projects. Delete the bucket collection, try everything again. So go here, delete the scope, drop it all, and see if it all functions in one go now. Because, yeah. So that time that it's taking there is that loop on the index. So it will recreate everything. I mean, it's a way, and I think for right now, it will have to be the way, because I don't want to keep going round and round on this piece for the sake of I can move on. Okay, it might not be the cleanest, but I've also got it in a place where I can review it later. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove the timeouts here. I'm not going to get bogged down with, oh, let's wait for arbitrary timeouts, right? I'm going to leave them in the initialized tenant. And in here, I'm going to say, get me the tenant, right? And if that exists, right, create the scope. So the very worst that will do is it will do a bit of a wait, which is fine, because these initialized tenants should only be called in configuration endpoint pieces, right? I'm going to remove them from begin. This will always rely upon the scope existing, so you cannot call begin before calling initialize, which is fine. Logger is in there for now. I will use it eventually. That is one I want to leave in there, because I think this is a layer that I do want logging eventually. So let's move towards the actual work, and then we can move beyond. So this code, what does this code look like now, right? So we need a cancellation token, right, in the initialized collection. This code doesn't change, right? Because if this endpoint was hit first, I initialize the tenant, which gets me my scope ready. There could be other stuff there, but it doesn't matter. Then I begin the context, I begin my unit of work, and then I initialize the collections I know need to be configured as part of tenant created, right? I'm not going to create tenant user here. I'm going to create it here. So I'm going to mimic this behavior, right? And I'll say, okay, initialize the tenant, get the unit of work, and then initialize the tenant user collection. You know, work out some data models. So we have tenant information. We have, so a ticket is a collection document, and I put the name of the collection on it as an attribute. I believe this is, yeah, this is my custom attribute. It's not using data modeling or anything like that. The collection document has an ID. By default, everything has an ID. So I can retrieve it. That's fine. So let's create a tenant user. Okay, this collection is tenant users, and it's a collection document. And again, I might find that after a little bit of experience using Couchbase that I'm using some of these things wrong. And by doing these things the way I am doing them, it won't be difficult to swap out later on, improve those techniques without having massive impact on the system. If I'd woven this code through the application, right? If my handlers or my controllers had get a Couchbase connection, do this, do this, do this, then I can't fix those things, right? It's often talked about like when you're injecting context and things like that, that, oh, well, what if I replace the database? You'll rarely replace the database, right? And if you do replace the database, the likelihood is you are going to have to take on a mammoth effort of swapping out queries, swapping out behaviors. The query structure might not work the same way. So you may get different behaviors on certain things. So you're not going to swap that out. But putting interfaces and abstractions around a lot of the other technologies you use isn't necessarily a bad thing, because again, if you improve them or you correct them or you learn something new about them, it's not as difficult to implement if it's not wound through your code and your abstractions are in place, right? So there's some pros and cons, certainly, in that, yes, you're moving your code away from that, like you're adding a layer of abstraction just for the sake of adding a layer of abstraction because you're calling the same things anyway. But, you know, again, like with the with abstracting Kafka, right? In tenant management, right? So when I register my not this one, I inject an event publisher. And it's not called a Kafka publisher. It's not called anything other than event publisher because it's made for publishing events. I forgot I did not post links today. Not that people didn't find me anyway, but I should still do that, right? Good practice and all. Yeah, it's not called Kafka publisher. It's an event publisher because I publish the events. If I changed out the technology of Kafka for something else, I still want that event, right? That doesn't go away. The need for that doesn't go away because it's still an integral part of my system in that I need this thing to publish. If I swap it out for N-Service Bus or Mass Transit or RabbitMQ, right, whatever I implement has to implement Event Publisher. And also later when I get to doing Outbox, right, however I implement Outbox, I have it there and I can just swap out my Event Publisher for an Outbox and the code will know nothing has changed, but it will be intact. Logically, it will be intact. So yeah, that's why I'm doing that. And import missing references. Okay. So initialize collection, right? We're going to do the test on does it exist. Initialize tenant, we've put in the test for scope. So in initialize collection, right, we create the collection, right? We assume it doesn't exist in this case, right? Is that safe? Probably not, right? So let's do that. Oh, I got to figure out what keys. I hit a combination of like control and shift. I can actually can't recreate it on demand, but I hit a combination and it opens the mirrored tab, and I keep thinking, oh yeah, I'll go back and fix that. As you can tell, because I just want to turn it off. I do not need to split the window on some random combination of keys. I rarely split windows, and normally I would do that. Right. Exists exception. So this is an event where I probably would want to log this. I probably wouldn't want to do very much other than log it. We do some crazy things here. So it's not really good practice to swallow an exception, but what is my option here, right? So ultimately, that should live in there, actually, right? If I've created the collection, I should have created the primary index. If that failed, right, the collection could be in a bad state. I'm just trying to make sure that two dogs do not want to cause havoc and chaos. It is on the hour, so looks like they are both still fast asleep. So that's good. So it's not good practice to swallow an exception. I could leave this in some crazy state. What's the right thing to do here? Well, if the collection exists, this will throw an exception. If I never manage to add the primary index, all my queries will fail. What do I want to do? I'm not wholly sure what the right thing to do here is necessarily, because it seems like a no-win, and it's a what if, right? So how much energy do I lend to a what if scenario that in the good path this doesn't have an issue, but if I'm going to do it this way, why do I need to try catch? Right? If I'm not going to do anything about it, then why do I need to try catch? So let's look at this a different way. Is my try catch too low? Right? Here, I have to handle it. I have to do something with it. And I don't know that the overall process is failed because I'm not returning a status. So I could return a status of true or false, did it initialize, etc. That would be one way of doing it. I could assume that by the very nature, the process is unstable. And my tenant created handler should get the try catch. This way, he says, not knowing how to write code apparently. I'm not gonna hit that. This way, my overall process knows that it failed, and I can mark it as invalid. I can say, hey, post a retry. I could do all manner of things. I could react to it, but I could also alert this process did not function as you expected it to. It's in a bad state. Now at this point, I don't want to deal with that event, right? This is not something I'm diverting to do, because that's a lot of engineering that I need to figure out what is a good path, and maybe that's where I need to do some reading up on suggested patterns and practices for dealing with these things. I'm not a big fan of try catches in general for this exact reason, in that I don't know what can happen. If I catch this here, right, I have another issue as well. I now expose the fact that Couchbase is my front and center database, and I bring that dependency into this piece. It's there anyway. It's not like it's going to hurt, because if I do Alt Enter, it's going to import it. The library is in this particular library, but it's more. It's a very library specific, and I've just gone over that entire speech about abstracting the library. So here's what I'm going to do. We are going to test this application thoroughly. We're going to continue to use the application. We're going to build the application many times, right? In non-essential scenarios. I'm going to leave it be for now, right? Because I do not want to swallow it, because if I swallow the exception, I hide a potential problem. So right now, I want to leave all exception handling off that. The only one I do care about is this one, right? And even that, what do I know can't? This fails if the collection isn't ready to get the index. That was the problem with that one. I don't know what it threw exactly, right? So if I go into here, and again, this is why it's useful to have console apps or Scratch programs or whatever, because you need to verify the pieces. Morning, Mr. Anhorn. How are you doing? So if I run this, I think I may be getting stubborn shortly, so we'll see. If I run this again, do I get an exception? No, I do not. I definitely did originally, but maybe that's the problem. Maybe the CID, maybe the timeout wasn't set properly. There could be all manner of reasons why. So let's go up there again. And I'm going to repeat the same effort here. It's not good to catch an exception and do nothing with it. Right? It tests to see if the index exists. If it does, it returns. Otherwise, it creates it and returns true. So now, if this was to throw an exception, this is going to throw an exception. This is going to throw an exception all the time, right? And we'd see it. I'm deleting that method deliberately because I want to figure out. I did use it, yes. Why did I use it? Mr. Anhorn, thank you very much for the gift. And to Rambling Geek, of all people. Was that a random one or was that actually targeted? Thank you. Exception middleware will catch them all anyway. Yes. I don't mind. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Your new credit card works. That's awesome that it went to Rambling Geek, though. I appreciate the sub. Exception middleware, yeah, it will catch that, right? But you will get a bubbled up exception, and you will have to go hunting for it. And because I don't know what I'm catching and how I should handle it right now. If I put as I'm developing, oh well, what if this fails? What if this fails? And try catches around everything. I'm gonna swallow exceptions. Those might be actually occurring, and me not recording them in any way. Yeah, so if we know what we're returning, yes, we can use result pattern, right? And in the handlers we do that, right? We have the result. So for right now, it's safer to do it this way, and rather than be overly cautious and defensive. Yes, it's like, well, hold on, we're working with technology. We're working with networking technology, which is a big part. But you know, I'm gonna remove that. I think I put that in to test some stuff earlier on. What are the odds? Must be your biggest fan. Maybe. Although I think a few other people are long-term subscribers, right? Yeah, so I'm going to leave all those out. I'm going to risk the fact that I'm going to get an exception. I'm going to, we're going to be developing this. We're going to be testing this. If we have confidence in our testing methodologies later on, right, then realistically, all these things are going to get caught. If things do happen, if the technology, if the system's unavailable, we can try what happens if we turn off Couchbase. How does it handle it? Does it hold on to it, right? Because right now, what will happen is this will throw an exception, and that message won't necessarily get processed. or marked as committed. And if it doesn't get committed, then it didn't happen, so it will retry. So if it keeps retrying and keeps failing, then there's no harm. If Couchbase comes back online, this will succeed. Right? I don't believe Kafka by default has a back-off policy on its messages, so it will just keep trying indefinitely, right? Which is both a great thing and a failing. Yeah, I can't remember whether, off the top of my head, whether there is a back-off policy in Kafka. I'm gonna make them primary constructors because it puts the logic front and center. I kind of like that in the general sense. Oh, you want to make that one abstract, but that one be fine with. So yeah, let's move on. So tenant created. So register user, tenant user was registered. Registers that, and then tenant user was registered also publishes this event. We now need, and I'm kind of tempted by an organizational here, right? An organization. Tenant user was registered. What happens if I do that? Move them in there. Rename this to publish event. And call this register user. Sticking the word handler on there. So the event is there, and the things that it does are there. How does anyone feel about that? I'm kind of for that. I think that reads a little easier and create less crazy class names. So being that we've got a few more people in, on the Discord, I put a poll yesterday, by the way. I don't know if you got to see it. Basically, in a little while, I will. Sarav on the YouTube channel suggested doing a coding challenge. Although I'm not going to do a lot, right? I would dedicate a stream to it for certain. The idea being that it would be, here's a coding challenge. How do I approach the challenge? How do I approach the design? How do I complete the solution? So I'd be spending one stream doing that. Right now, I think my goal will be to do that next Friday. I have a day off again, so I would be able to stream for longer. But yeah, and obviously that would get recorded, etc. So it's not like you'd have to watch it live. But if you are interested, you can jump on the Discord, and there's a channel for voting. There's a streams coding challenges channel, and it is in there. So if you are interested, cast your votes. I'll paste on the YouTube channel just in case. I kind of like the idea, just doing a coding challenge stream, right? I will get the bot up and running. I have been tinkering with semantic kernel, and I actually got the bot remembering. So if you say, hey, my favorite IDE is Rider, next time you say, hey, what's my favorite IDE? It would say, hey, it's Rider, right? So I've been tinkering with semantic kernel a little bit. I want to get a little bit stronger with that, so I'm not risking exposing information I shouldn't. And then I will probably do a bot stream, probably during the Christmas break, and get the bot up and running so I can put some things in like alerts and commands and things like that, so that we can have a little bit more interactivity and a little bit more, a little less manual streamer intervention. Okay, so I'm going to go with this pattern. I don't know how anyone else feels about it. If you have an opinion, you're more than welcome to share. I think it makes sense. Subscribers, tenant user was registered, publish the event, register the user, right? And actually, that's not even register user. If I'm using the right terminology, register user with provider, right? So that's my provider would be my auth0 provider, right? And again, I'm abstracting that. That is only handled here, right? So the auth0 user registry is here. It is an implementation of the register user provider. So again, if I was to implement a different system for authentication, it would just need to hold this information. And yeah, there we go. Okay. So with that in place, we need one more event. As always, for new people joining, feel free to ask questions, make comments. This is not a stream about me getting things done. This is a stream about me doing things and discussing them if you want to discuss them more. So feel free. So we have tenant user was registered, tenant user was verified, tenant user was registered, tenant was registered. On tenant was registered, we need to subscribe to that. Right. So in my events, one of the things that they want to look at in the future is using Kafka schema, which is what these events would be built off of. I still have yet to figure out what the benefits of using Kafka schema really are, rather than having a static library. If I broke up this application to several pieces, this becomes a NuGet package, which is not, as I recently experienced, right, the smartest way to handle it, but it would be the way of sharing events changes around. Kafka schema does have, hey, if you're subscribing to the old version of the message, you can't receive these events yet, right? So you have to upgrade before you can move forward. So it does give you some sort of gated behavior there, in that you can't accidentally consume messages and fail, right? But it is a significant effort to get up and running from everything I've tried so far. So that would be one where I would love to find someone who has done it and can go through it and maybe implement it, because it would be neater than having a library, right? All my events are going to sit in here for the entire system right now. So my tenant created event is my company name and tenant identifier. So following the pattern I just created, right? Tenant was registered. Publish event, right? So again, being really clear about what I'm doing, I don't really see any challenges with this. And it's less wordy. You don't have to interpret it. Then it was registered, right? There we go. We need an event publisher. Event publisher. There's a challenge. So why didn't that error? Or did it do it and refactor it for me? It didn't organize the namespaces. There's the challenge. I didn't think through that one. No. Refactor. Adjust namespaces. That'll break all that. management. Not sure. I'm going to go with that for now, though, because I don't mind it. I just don't. I don't want to put that in every single handler because it's just. We're going to go with it. We're going to see how it feels. It's not hard to. It's not hard to switch out later. And for the readability this gives me, I think it's a worthwhile cost. Right. Using calls tenant management application notifications, tenant was registered. Right. I don't dislike it. I'm not sure I like it, but I don't dislike it. And again, if you have a feeling on that and you have an opinion, I do not mind discussing it at all. Feel free. I also might not be seeing a pattern that's right in front of my eyes as well. So yeah, let's do that. And then publish event, and this is an event publisher. That's what I was about to do. Await async publisher.publish async new tenant was created. Tenant created. So tenant identifier is my notification dot tenant identifier, and company name is notification dot company name. So I put it in the local event as well. Okay. This is a long way to go. So why did we have to do all of this, right? So we have a system for work items, which right now is just tickets, right? Work items will encompass things that are work related, such as tickets, stories, etc. The part of the story we were working on yesterday was to see a list of unassigned and tickets assigned to me. And in the list, we should see who it's assigned to. So me or no one, right? The challenge is the ticket system does not have users. The tenant management system does have users, but doesn't have tickets. So I could query the list of tickets, pull back the user ID that I've assigned, and then join tenant management and pull that data down and give it a list of unique user IDs in this list and join them together at the UI side. Or I could make sure that the information that the ticket system needs to provide is available to it, but it is not the owner of it. Right? So I'm going to put tenant users as a concept in the ticket system. And again, tenant user in tickets does not mean the same as a tenant user in tenants, right? And the tenant system is the owner of that data, right? The ticket system is never going to change the tenant user without being told through an event. But now it means that I can create a query in Couchbase that gives me a list of tickets and joins the username without having to go out to another system, right? So that independence is still there. That independent deployability is still there, right? If this information is not available, it doesn't hurt, right? I just have no name, right? It means that I can deploy them independently. I can, each system is resilient unto itself. And I think it's a workable way. Good morning, Apex. Sorry. Hope you're well. How's things? Oh, nice. Nice. Well, best of luck with those. It's, interviews are challenging, but wish you well. Actually, on that on Apex training, it reminds me to provide shout outs more regularly as well. Um, but I will shout out Mr. Anhorn streams normally on weekends right now. But he's building an e a game platform for building your own games and distributing them, and he's doing the deployment and all those sorts of cool things. I definitely recommend checking out that stream. And Apex, really, I have to wait a minute 34 before shouting out someone at my own stream. Really, Twitch? I'm going to get prevented from spamming? Wow. I wonder why people write bots. Either way, Apex is also doing game development and building a good solid footing for a game, which I would recommend again checking out. Sorry, I can't give the actual shout out there because Twitch does not allow that. Okay, so let's get this piece tested. I'm not confident this is going to work. I'm just going to go for it and create something, right? So now I should be able to register a new user. When I register that user, it should create in the tenant, because it should self-repair here in this respect, because the tenant user created should establish the tenant users collection in the tenant that already exists. Doesn't mean the users that I've already created are broken. Oh no! Tenant user created handler has been registered. No service. I'll give you no service. Tenant user created. Oh, you're very welcome. It's yeah, you can't register the type. I also need to go back and do something, don't I? I broke this yesterday. Type name events.tenant created events. Name is liquid sky tenant created. I need to go create that tools codec. I think at this point codec needs to go into my taskbar. Would be useful, right? So, okay, codec is started. Yes, codec is started. So KDEC, whatever you want to call it. 5.1 has landed. AI-based health assistant. This is it's an expensive tool if you want to buy it, but the free version does support using one cluster, which luckily in development I am using one cluster, right? That's why, because Kafka just completely didn't start. Kafka is very temperamental on its startup. You getting these started in the right way is sometimes a challenge. They'll normally start the second time. But KDEC, how you pronounce it, is a pretty good tool so far, I've found, for using this. So tenant user created. Now I need to recreate tenant created. We went through this yesterday in yesterday's stream, and I just named that completely wrong. Delete stream. So again, if you have any questions, if you have any challenges or points to raise, feel free. I do not mind discussing this. I love doing this. Tenant created. So feel free if you feel. Okay, so I have another issue in that I also need to make sure that in here, right? No. How am I doing that? Oh, it's tenant management that does it, right? So in tenant management, I also publish these events, right? So I need to make sure these events are here. Again, what I do is in the code, I say publish an event type, right? And the event type is here. So now when it gets the type of event it's publishing, it knows what topic it's publishing them to and pulls the topic. So I don't have to do sort of any indexing or creating some dictionaries, etc. I just have to have them registered and give it the types that it can actually publish. So if you're looking at the configuration of this is kind of documenting the fact that I publish these events from the system. So it's a good first indicator. So let's try and run again, see what happens. I'm hoping that what will happen here is I go to create a user, that user is established in the tenant that exists inside of Couchbase. And then we can do a query, right? I can always backfill the data. Because again, I do want to get to the point of being able to tear the system down and pull the system back up, etc. So, yeah. But for right now, I don't mind piecing things in temporarily. So let's go to another tool that I need to make sure is on my taskbar. Insomnia. So the funny thing is, Windows restarted itself, shut down everything, but Notepad, it left totally untouched. It reopened that, even with files that weren't saved. So new Notepad is not as terrible as old Notepad. So I should be able to go to, I'm going to have to start the placeholder app. Maybe we do a stream on that as well, on writing a CLI for my own auth. I know I just saw the ad finished. I swear they're more frequent than Twitch says they are. But if it goes into an ad, and you are watching, you are paying attention, and you do care about what I'm doing, just say in chat, just ask me to hold on. I will happily pause and wait for the ad to finish. The ads do allow people to get into the stream sooner. They do take off pre-rolls, etc. So there is some benefits to them. I promise I'm not getting rich off Twitch ads. It's not why they're there. Okay, so tenant management. Let's create a new user. Right. Did that bear a token copy entire? That doesn't look right, but we'll see. So we're going to create Fiona. And this is going to be Fiona. So I'm going to create that. Right, that worked. What we should have is over here, we should be able to go to consumers. No, where is it? Data browser, there we go. Tenant user created, and there's our user. Name Fiona, tenant identifier, user identifier. And then we should, without ever verifying anywhere, be able to go here. No, you failed me. You did not receive the message. Collections 2. Work items consumers. Tenant user created. So in Kafka, you have consumers. So I have ls work items consumer group, right? this can have any number of topics. Tenant created is the only topic it's consuming. That would be why that did not work. So let's shut that down. Let's validate why that is doing that. Group ID, ls work items, topics, here we go. So again, I've wrapped stuff around Kafka, right, for the benefit of making sure that I can recreate things quicker. I can start them up. There are tools. Kafka Workflow is the one that I saw last week, which or the other week, which does make me think that I'm not using Kafka wholly correctly, or I'm not using it the way most people use it. But Kafka Workflow looks more like it's being set up as a message bus, which I'm not a big fan of. So the way this works is, as I add event consumers, it should create a new builder, and that builder allows me to add the topic, and that adds to the consumers. Topic consumer is my class, which I can create and then consume. And now what should happen is in dispatching consumer, right, so it should be added. So what I expected to see here was 2 labels, right? I expected to see that ls work items had 2 topics it was consuming, and that's the problem, right? It's not consuming 2. So it hasn't actually tried to consume that event that we just got published. So there's our topic. Why is that nullable? Use var isn't going to change the fact that that's nullable. But oh, that's because it's me. Okay, I'm controlling. Try to get topic from event type. Yeah, okay. If it doesn't exist, then yeah. I probably want to refresh that. I wrote more code than I realized on this part. But if I can get the topic from the event type, then I should register the consumer. Maybe that's what's wrong. Maybe the event type isn't actually what I think it is. Tenant user created. Tenant user. That looks fine to me. Let's start this up on its own. And put a breakpoint here. Okay, so that's F11. Okay. Okay, we get into here. Our topic name is Liquid Sky Tenant User Created. We add to the consumers, which is great. And then we should hit build with our consumers. We go in here, and that's fine. And then we should hit My concern there is that begin consume isn't doing what I want it to do. Let's restart that. So yeah, I mean, I'm obviously going to debug this, but again, if there's any questions as I'm going through this, if there's, you want me to stop and slow down a little bit. Okay, so that should go through every consumer and start them. So that should go into messaging, Kafka consumers, topic consumer. That should go into here. So this is for tenant created. This is that problem. This is the bad pattern with what I'm doing. I've made a mistake here. We've got to remember why. So we clearly saw that did not actually go into that second consumer, right? So the challenge there is this code. Var tasks equals new list of task. There's probably a really much better way to do this. For each var consumer in consumers, tasks.add consumer.consume cancellation token. You got to start it, haven't you? But it was working before that way. See, it wants to convert it to that, right? Let me see if that works, because I don't think that will do what I want to do anyway. That's when all starts. I can't remember. We're going to do a bit of a async learn right now. So there we go, begin consumer. I removed the breakpoint. No, that did not do what I wanted to do. Let's just verify. So we get into there, begin consume, we get here, and then we never get on. So it's blocking is the problem. Why does that block? Start list of tasks and wait until finished. Which is essentially what I'm doing. That's from 2014. That's not TPL stuff. Waiting list of async tasks. Wait all. I'm not doing anything that out of the way, so so I've worked with people who we've done this before, and I can't remember the actual solution. There is a solution here that's very similar, but we had the same experience where we were like, why is it only consuming the first topic? If I switch them around, it'll consume the right topic, right? I can verify that quickly. That's not what I want to do. This is... My understanding is it should create a list of the tasks and then just say, hey, wait on them all. It should fire them off. It shouldn't actually... I mean, this is exactly what we're doing, right? I think I'm missing starting them is the challenge. But because if I do that, right, I don't think I can do that. Yeah, because that'll do, yeah, that'll block it all out. That's not what I want to do. Because that's not the task it's returning, that's the solution, the completion of the task. This is the task. And when all should do it. What's the difference between wait all and when all? Awaiting multiple tasks for them all to finish. That's because that's to array. Yeah, wait all is not, that's blocking. Okay. I'll give this one more try and then I'll check it back afterwards. Yeah. When all should be what I want. So essentially, I say, hey, here's the list of tasks you want to run. Then when all, await them. So you should await them all. But I need to step away. I need to go and let some dogs out. I will be back in a few short minutes. Okay, I'm back. The new added key doesn't seem to be coming. Could there be a problem reading the configuration? I wonder how many tasks return from select. Yeah, so that's a good point, actually. If I go to here, I bet it's blocking on the first one and never getting to the second one. So it doesn't actually start them all. I think I actually have to loop through and start them explicitly. If I go F10 there, right, it just doesn't come out. So actually, I should have done that slightly different there. I should put that there, not there. I think it'll return 2 tasks. I just think it blocks on the first one. So it's starting synchronously. I think I need to start the tasks and return the handle to the started task rather than the actual task itself, right? Yeah, it's blocking on that. So it doesn't actually get here until it finishes, which will never finish because it's a tight loop. This can't return. That's why we've had to do this differently. Thank you, Apex, and best of luck with the interviews. May they go well for you. So the challenge, so the way this is working, these tasks, these consumers literally say, hey, here's a topic, now go into a loop and keep asking, have you got anything for me? Have you got anything for me? So what happens is this goes in there and fires and starts consuming, but it never comes out, right? So I'm not actually getting back from this to even there's no task this is returning, right? This is not saying, hey, here's a handle to a thing that you can wait upon, right? This is just, hey, I'm going to start a thing. So I need to give it a handle to start. So task dot run. Do I want to do it that way? Yeah. Async await. Do I want to do it this way? I don't know if I want to do it this way. Task dot resolve. Do I want to do that? So I essentially want to wrap it in a task to run it so that I'm getting new tasks that just literally tasks that will be awaited on that. So my this is something that's hard to practice, right? This is something that you kind of do and you follow, and then you don't get to analyze too often. So let me. Why isn't it? Either I'm flying through the time here, or ads are running way more frequently. I suppose it has been 30 minutes. It's just warned me another ad's coming in 5 minutes. So, well, at least people get into the stream. So I just noticed it pop up. What I need to do here is kind of build a task to wrap the task, because what's happening is it gets into the consume. That consume never returns, so that task is being blocked upon. So it never gets to start or go into the second one. I need to actually begin new tasks that wrap them to be able to wait on those. That's why the solution was horrible. So for each, right, I don't want to do that. I want to create a new task, right, that is task dot task run equals task dot. No. Task dot run, right? That should take an action. The cancellation token. So that's that. And then consumer.consume cancellation token. Right. And that's what I want to add. So I think I understand the behavior. I think this feels like I'm doing something wrong here, right? So that now wants to make that again, because link all the things. Let's see if that changes the behavior any. It might not do. I think I might have to put an async and await in there. But let's see, because we've still got a breakpoint on the consumer. We don't. Now we do. There we go. We have two consumers. I hit F5 and it blinked. So yeah, that's now, that should. Now we don't have a consumer group. LS work items has two members, right? Two topics. And there we go. That's looking a little healthier. So yeah, that I have to wrap the task, start a new task, which will run, and that task will be returning this result. So now I have a task holding on to that consume thing, because again, that one is always in an infinite loop. There we go. I knew I'd get there eventually. Essa, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the support you're providing here. It is very nice. Thank you. There we go. Okay, so we should, I'm going to stop running. We now should have tenant users. We have a document in there. We do not have a document in there. Why do we not have a document? Create the collection. I know why. I was so focused on the whole process of creating the collections, I missed a line. So, tenant created handler, right? This prepares the tenant, right? That does the actual insert. That's the piece I needed, right? These handlers can prepare whatever they need to do. But yeah, that was what was wrong there. I'm missing that part here, right? So I'm missing new tenant user, right? And that has tenant identifier and user identifier. Did I make that a record? Oh, yeah. Don't even have the data in there right now. So this is public GUID tenant identifier, public GUID user identifier. And okay, so here's the thing. I don't need this. Because I'm in the tenant. I'm scoped to the tenant. So I don't even need to duplicate that information, right? And I could essentially use the collection document ID as the ID. But let's not do that right now, right? Did I create tenant user as a record? Tenant user. No, not tenant user. Did I create? I just created a default constructor on it. Okay. Okay. I created a constructor on that one. Tenant information. Because I do set the ID. Okay. Yeah. So that's worth noting, right? So what I did is I created public tenant user GUID user identifier string name. It's almost identical to the tenant, right? Again, I'm capturing the tenant information in the Couchbase system, the name of the tenant, because then if I have to join information back, I can do that. And I can also identify a tenant by going into the scope and go into the tenant information collection and seeing that tenant information. And it's a collection of one. Yes, but I think it's worth it. So ID equals user identifier, name equals name, right? So yeah, that's that. I'm scoped to the tenant I need, and I just need event dot name. So here what I'm doing is if you have a keyword in C#, by the way, if you put an @ in front of it, you can use the keyword. And because this is an event, I want to be explicit that it is an event. I kind of like using this syntax. I don't mind using the @ in this instance, because it's better than saying tenant user created event or tenant user was created or whatever name I could come up with. It's the event. It gets me to the data quicker. Okay, so one more test, and then I believe we then have the ability to query this, and that way we can return the data. And I'm not done yet. I will be streaming for a while longer. I have no close time yet. Okay, so that's going to begin consuming all the time, right? That's going to happen because it's waiting for things to happen. So now I should be able to, assuming that I did not leave any weird extraneous events lying around, we should be able to do John, send that. This should create. We shouldn't have any issues there. No defects. And we should be able to go over to here and go to tenant users. Come on, don't let me down. No. It should listen. There's my user. So if I look at the consumer, why is the consumer? Oh, there we go. Why are you only listening to one topic again? You were listening to 2 topics a minute ago. Dispatching Kafka consumer. I don't believe that is necessary. We had that working a minute ago. Really? You now think you're listening to 3 topics? Student side was very nice. That is a piece I will break out and share. The Kafka piece is there. I will happily break out to share those libraries. I'm just wondering why. So tenant created plus 1 more. User created. Okay. So a little bit here, I'm trying to figure out where my consumer groups are truly being reported, right? So here we have overall lag 0, right? So that says there's no actual lag overall. When I go into here, lag 0 means there is no messaging waiting, right? So when you start up a stream, when you start up a Kafka topic, you can say, hey, I want to listen from now on, or I want to go back through the list, right? So I can actually reset the consumer and make it process these messages again. So from a development perspective, I haven't lost anything, right? I don't have to go back and manually add that user. I can reset the topic to the beginning. I just got to make sure it's running, right? We'll have to come back around on that one later. That's fine. But for right now, I think we need to go to the handler and make sure we hit this breakpoint, right? That's interesting. That's very interesting. The fact that it doesn't want to provide the breakpoint makes me concerned. Okay, so that's running now, right? Let's just go back and validate 100% that it hasn't actually managed to somehow retrieve or update something. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and stop it again. If I go into here, this is the offset reset, right? So the offset reset is when you start, go to your earliest offset, right? Not start this. If you set, there's a few options here, but you can say just start listening, right? So you don't go and pass back over messages that have been received since you went offline. You just care about anything that comes in the future. And that kind of behavior would be if you were to try and, if the schema changes, you don't want earliest because then you could be trying to process messages from the other version. That would be damaging, right? So you can set this. And right now I care about everything, right? I care about getting every message, but my offsets for my consumer, I need to go and figure out where data catalog, tenant user created. What I'm trying to figure out, learn here is how do I go into consumer group again? It's defaulted back to one topic. At the moment, it's because it's turned off. But I shouldn't need that consumer group online to. Why does a consumer group have to be online for me to actually see it? No. I just want to figure out how much a license is because it could be a useful tool. $19 a month. No. No. If in a year from now I'm using this on a daily basis and like using it an awful lot for this topic, for this product, then yeah, that might be worth it. Especially if I'm using it, if I'm distributing this on cloud, that would be probably worthwhile, $19 a month. However, that's a lot of money for right now. Let's shut that down. Okay, so we have two messages in there. Our consumer group is flaky. There is another tool, but again, I don't like using it because it doesn't, what's it called? Not Kafka tool anymore. They had to take the Kafka part out of the name. Offset Explorer, right? Free for personal use only. I suppose I am using it for personal use. I don't like the idea of using a tool that someone asks you to license, but this is no different than KDEC. Let's hope that I hit on the right button then. So this is another tool, but I have had more experience of this, and it is a little bit cleaner for what I need to do. So again, I'm seeing the viewership is high enough that, if you are watching and you have questions about what I'm doing, if you have opinions or thoughts on what I'm doing, feel free to share. I'm not doing this to be productive. I'm doing this to share what I'm doing, right or wrong, good or bad. Offset Explorer. So I'm more than happy to talk about things, go over what I'm doing. Come on. I literally have to switch over my monitor so I can drag that window over here. Cluster name, localhost. I'm gonna have to finish this before I can. Oh, there we go. It'll let me. But then it won't work. I do have a portable monitor. I just need to find the cable for it, so I can set it up for chat and stuff. Because when I'm streaming, if I get my stream deck set up, I can use that, and I don't have to have the streaming monitor up all the time. Okay, so I'm going to set this up as localhost. I don't know which version I'm on. I've never really had any issues with the version number here. Zookeeper doesn't actually exist anymore, so that's not going to be a problem. I should be able to test, unable to determine broker endpoints from Zookeeper. I'm not using Sassel, Bootstrap servers, localhost. Local, that's all that is. Advanced. 9092 test. There you go. Now I should be able to go over here and drag this. There you go. I know how to use computers, I swear. I've been using them for more than 5 minutes. Okay, so in here, my clusters, my brokers, there's my broker, there's my topics. So Liquid Sky, tenant created. I don't think I have any real. Oh, here we go. Default size, let's put that up to 15. Oh. Dear. And I don't know why I just started Blender. Shut that down. And it seems that this always wants to go on the other screen. Okay, it should be a little better, maybe. So Liquid Sky tenant created, Liquid Sky tenant user created. I can go in here and I can say the key is a string and come on, update data. There's my messages. Right, can't do very much there. But there's my actual users. It's interesting that Avro's now the selection there. You used to be able to say JSON. It looks like it treats it that way anyway. Anyway, the purpose of this was, in this tool, I can see the consumer group, right? It's not gone like it has in Kardec, right? It is persisted. I can refresh. Ah, that is interesting though. It is. Huh. Maybe they've changed all their functions then. What used to be there is I could go in here and change the offset. So when I restart it now, right, I can't change it live. Oh, there we go. Tenant user created. The irritating thing there is I definitely restarted that multiple times trying to get those messages to go through. The topic consumer group, the consumer group holds a reference to each topic and which offset it last processed. So you can go in and manually change the offset. So what I was going to do there is go in, edit the offset to 0 to reset it back to the beginning, and let it then process these messages again. But it seems it's already done that, right? It's got Fiona here. Oh. Initialized collection is crashing is the problem. You know that exception that I wasn't going to worry about already? Collection with name tenant users already exists in scope. Um, yeah. I'm trying to think the pattern that I actually now want to apply here. Because I don't want to catch the exception. That is not what I want to do. I can't test to see if the collection exists. I just get an exception if it does. If it doesn't exist and I try and access it, it doesn't necessarily break, right? So this doesn't break. So let's have a look and see if collection in scope, who cares? There's no way that exists, right? That collection does not exist. The collection in scope has a name. There is a CID. There is no CID. There is a name. So if I hit collection exists is my boolean somewhere, right? Yeah, that's the caption name for that. So if I hit F5 now, right, that should create that tenant, and that should create that collection. I'm gonna move on from that one because I've obviously I've done the wrong thing here. So now who cares? In test scope doesn't exist. That's interesting. So collection in scope, who cares? Oh, because this failed because the collection exists, because then it handled it differently, right? And then I tried to insert into it. Now this should create a collection. There's who cares. So now let's run once more. Now we know it exists. Collection in scope still has no CID. Nothing in here nothing in here is actually indicating that this collection doesn't exist. So I can go and get a handle to it, but it doesn't matter because all it's doing is preparing it. So what's the point in... Okay, so if I do collection in scope dot insert, right, which is what I do down there, that'll break as well. So there's no indicator it does exist, no indicator it doesn't exist. You just told here's a collection. Let's drop the collection again. Once more. Collection in scope. The scope is all set. There is no CID on it. I don't want to trap a collection exists exception. Because that means that what that would mean for every tenant user being created, I'd be throwing an exception every single time and just swallowing it for the sake of saying, yep, it's all good. Why can I not validate the collection exists before I even touch it? And again, the documentation doesn't even suggest I can do that, right? Data operations. Hey, there's a person that could help. Yes, I want to see if a collection exists without throwing an exception. But I don't see the API to do it in .NET. Collection manager. Okay. As in this one, the bucket.collections. Scope.bucket.collections, because that's the collections manager. So that's how I got to determine whether I need to create a scope. No worries. I appreciate it. So for those that don't know, Matt works for Couchbase. He does stream. Hi, I'm going to say Juba right now. I don't want to try and mess up the rest there. Please help me if you would prefer a different pronunciation. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. So, yeah. So what I'm trying to do right this second is just trying to verify, because I have an event that will create a user in a Couchbase. Yes. Matt is a Couchbase employee. It's actually him that suggested that this might be a solution I needed for what I was trying to do. So for reference, when I create a tenant in my system, I have this work items bucket. The buckets have tenants. So each tenant has its own collection of information. So this fits perfectly with what I need to do. 2 steps, okay? Jingle bell earrings. Oh dear. Get all scopes async. Okay, so we've done that part, yeah. So I'm using that to verify that my scope exists, yeah. First to default collections that any. Is it is it bad that I, even with the asterisks, because Twitch loves censoring .NET code, that I read that? Didn't even think about the asterisks being there. So it is interesting. So as far as I understand it, the Couchbase underlying system is an HTTP API. Could we not do like a head to say, does this collection exist? Like that seems like it would be feasible to just say, hey, head collection name, and then something like that. That then you could have a collection exists, because I don't want to do try catches. That's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid just doing try catches, because the layers I've put around it right now are not. I don't want to just stick try catches everywhere. So var collection equals so we're using scope dot no, not that, dot bucket dot collections. There is no way that Twitch is going to even let me as a streamer see what you're typing. Unfortunately, that comes across as star is the closest in terms of REST API. But there's no does collection exist as far as I know in REST API or SDK. Okay. And you said hello on the YouTube channel as well. My apologies. I really need to kind of keep glancing back and forth, but the Twitch channel flickers and I can see it in the corner of my eye, whereas the YouTube channel I don't see. It's a URL. Okay. So yeah, it's true. No worries. I appreciate you being here, Matt. It's good to finally catch you. Collection exists. Yeah. I mean, essentially, that's what I'm doing. I'm writing those pieces. So first to default collections.any. Not that one. But that does make sense. Impeaking into MongoDB with Realm, Couchbase, and its mobile solution. Nice. Yeah. So for those that are new to what I'm doing here, I'm building an Agile management platform, right? And right now I'm breaking the data up into different data collection types, right? So for that reason, Jiva, in that I am kind of experimenting a little bit. And several weeks ago, on Matt's stream, I'd mentioned this need to kind of break up the tenancy, and he introduced the scopes and collections to me. So that's why I'm using Couchbase right this second. It fits exactly what I'm trying to do. So as I add a ticket to the system, I am logging it in here. I think with anything like that, like tinker with the technology enough to understand if your use case fits. You can always do reading upon opinions, but why is that? To me or to Matt? um, because what I'm trying to do is overall overall, I'm breaking the system up into these components, right? So my tenant management piece is not my work items piece, right? I'm not going to say microservices. I don't like saying microservices when these are not micro by any stretch of the imagination, right? These are definite. No worries, Matthew. Thank you very much for stopping by. Appreciate it. Appreciate the help. I will continue working on this. Bar scopes, weight all scopes facing bar collection equals first default. Collections.any. I know where that is. Yeah, offline first. And also a colleague of Matt's does stream as well, who works on Couchbase Mobile. And I'm trying to, Aaron is also a streamer. If I can find the name, I'll bring it up. But he also streams throughout the week at times. But I mean, doing what I'm doing here does allow me to tinker with technologies and experiment, and sometimes that's easier said than done, but it is something I'd definitely recommend. Take a technology to the part to the far enough along to visualize where you're heading with it, right? And be ready to scrap it. And it's great that companies offer the ability to do these things where you don't have to spend the money on the software. You know, licensing comes later. If everything's hidden behind a paywall, that makes that a lot harder. It's pretty smooth. You can read write even when you have no connection. All syncs up later when you get a connection. Nice. That's an attractive thing for so many products. Just being able to say, hey, you haven't lost your data. Having written a solution that does exactly that years ago in .NET Compact Framework 2, I know how hard it is to synchronize data. So, okay, where am I? I am at the point where I need to get this working. Ooh. You should definitely look up the Wikipedia article on CouchDB versus Couchbase and how yes. they're not the same. I'm muted? Oh, yeah. You, I am. Yeah, you're in a meeting. Okay, so there is a way of doing this. I've seen the API and I can't think about what it is. Let's see if Ryder gives me any other help. So actually, let's see if Smarty Pants GitHub Copilot can do this. Yeah, they overlap on name only at this point. It's actually worth reading up on the history to understand the differences. I wanted to check if collection with name exists. Actually, do I not do this already? No, I don't. No, I don't. Copilot's been optimistic. It's like, yeah, this exists. See, if I went to ChatGPT, I'd get the same thing. It'd tell me that exists. So scope doesn't have collections. Right. And this is the problem, right? I'd be like, oh, yeah, this code, why does this code not exist? And then I go, if I didn't know to check, I would now go hunting through to figure out which library I was missing, which wouldn't be good. I'm missing, what am I missing here? There's got to be something. Collection manager dot create drop. Nice. I'm learning right now. I develop monolith, module monolith, and microservice applications with C#, SQL Server, Postgre, Mongo, and I'm really curious about Couchbase's capabilities, and I'm eager to learn. Nice. That's a lot of cool technologies. Well, to use in combination. What am I missing? I don't think I'm missing much. So if I do scope dot bucket dot I prefer away from MS SQL. Got a bad relation with it. Well, you know, again, this platform. So I do have. I am building up the components in ways I know, right, and ways I don't know. So I'm trying to move forward with progress, but also learn and grow as I go. So right now we're using MS SQL for backing the tenant data, right? And Couchbase for the work items. Right now, Teams doesn't matter. Teams is an experiment. That's not necessarily a component that is going to stick around. We're using Kafka for messaging across the pieces. Ocelot for API gateway with console-backed storage. So console is kind of monitoring the APIs and providing a nice UI for status on the API endpoints. I'm building this from an API first perspective. I'm not putting any UI on this until it gets to a good point. So the goal there is to make sure that my design is data focused first rather than UI focused. Because once I start focusing on the UI, my decisions on the data and where I need data can be easily influenced. So if I'm focusing on pure, here's who owns this data, then I can build those APIs and work that way. So, you know, there'll be other technologies coming as I go through, but those are the core technologies that I'm using right now. So Couchbase, again, for work items, when I'm storing this data, this is not searchable at this point. This is just data to store. So if I add a ticket to the system, right? So I can't demonstrate it this very quickly, but if I add a ticket, that goes into Couchbase, right? If I get the list of tickets, I can use Couchbase. And another benefit of Couchbase is that query language, right? Which I think is now SQL++ or whatever it's called. But I can now, with Couchbase, whereas with Mongo and stuff, your collections are kind of isolated and you're not really meant to jump across collections. The API doesn't make that easy, and you know it's really not advised, I don't think. But with Couchbase, you can write queries to go across collections and make nicer looking data structures. So it kind of meets in the middle, right? It's got that SQL component to it and that document store. What I will do is when it comes to search, I will produce this data in a different way and consume that in an Elasticsearch system. And search will be driven that way rather than off of, because the storage of your data and the searching of your data, if you try and blend them together, so you're searching the data that you're storing, you can't optimize for storage and you can't optimize for search. There'll never be a perfect solution. So that's one of the things that I will be introducing down the line. I'm also in Golang, in my surprise. Microsoft one day, we used YARP instead of Ocelot because there was no gRPC support. We also used RabbitMQ, but I would love to write an application in Kafka and Couchbase. Nice. TQRS, yes. So I'm using Ardalis's API endpoints. So when I post when I add a ticket. It's a post. It sends add new support ticket, which handles that command. And I'm actually using mediator, not mediator. So I've switched over to using that for the time being. So yeah. Yeah, I was on whose stream? I remember the name. I'll remember the name later, but I was in another stream and they were criticizing Mediator, and I'm like, I haven't really hit enough throughput or load to really monitor whether that's a bad choice. But they seem to be adamant, and I started to go and look and realize that yeah, there's some significant benefits in using the code generated version in Mediator. So I switched it over, and the APIs are strikingly similar, right? So it all worked. Okay, so let's try and get this. I need to get this working. I need to figure this out. So I'm not getting any IntelliSense. I'm not getting anything there. I don't think. I think I'm just misunderstanding because to the person writing a comment, it looks normal, but to me, it doesn't. And I don't think I had enough. I believed I understood exactly what I was looking at because bucket.collections, right, has that's just a flag, right? Bucket.collections dot. There is no query around this. It's not a collection manager then, right? Can't get a collection. But I could have sworn I'd seen that API. So what am I missing? I'm missing list available buckets. But that's not, that's the manager, right? I don't want to use the UI, I want to use the SDKs. .net, managing. And rather warm. Connect, default, multiple buckets, use the same cluster. No. Nope. Transactions aren't my thing. Query. Nope. So again, because I've abstracted some of these pieces, right? As I grow and my understanding of how to use Couchbase effectively, because again, I'm working on a system that is going to have many, many parts. I cannot be and will never be an expert in every single component. I have to be competent and understand the pieces I've put in. That's a prerequisite, right? I can't just yeah, that's fine. Let's just jam that in there. But I should be able to learn and grow and improve. And if I set this structure up correctly, then swapping pieces out later and correcting these things isn't going to be hard. And that's kind of what I'm doing here, right? I'm realizing that there's some deficiencies. Right now, my Couchbase stuff exists only in the work items piece. So all the Couchbase pieces are in here, right? But yeah, I just need to get this piece. Good info, clean code. Thank you. Appreciate that. So this is not going to be this is not going to be um, that is one thing. I will not be sharing this code on GitHub. I will share components of this code, things I add. You know, the Kafka pieces that I build, those will be shared. I will make repositories out of all these, by the way. Unit of work. So unit of work is just, it's not really unit of work. It's just, it fits in terms of scope, right? So for right now, it's kind of, it fits mentally in unit of work. So the unit of work here is, I have a tenant identifier. I come in, I create the unit of work with the tenant identifier, and then every action I perform from there on is within the scope of the tenant. So that's the unit of work. It's really wrapping scope without using the word scope. So not letting the Couchbase API bleed up a layer into my abstractions. Yeah, so yeah, repositories I am using in the tenant management piece, right? So I'm using Ardalis's specifications library. So for querying, that's a little bit different. We're going to go into store procedures later on. I'm using specifications, so I can build a specification off of simple things. So I'm using those for repositories, etc. And I kind of like the structure it gives me there. So I'm definitely tinkering with all sorts of technologies. But like I said, I'm not. This is intended to be a platform that I do want to build to see a real product. I'm sharing it on Twitch because I think that this is useful for other developers to see, right? I'm not trying to look at a book or look at another developer and say, hey, they say I should do it this way, I'll do it this way. I am trying to do this the way I would build an application. I'm open to opinions, I'm open to ideas, I'm open to learning as I go, and I'm trying to expose it. You know, I've been doing this for over 20 years. Right? I've been a developer for quite a while. This is how I build software, right? And I prefer being consistent in myself than I do following some sort of standard. So, you know, I'm not, if you ask me what architecture pattern I'm following or whatever, I'm not going to be able to answer that because I'm just following what I do. This is how I've always built applications. For a long time, I've built them in this way. So it's probably a blend of that old style N-tier architecture mixed with the newer versions that we just put new names on. And, you know, I've taken the bits that I like every time I see something and kind of melded them into my own thing. But I've been developing applications before I even knew some of these patterns existed in this way. Like CQRS, I was like, oh yeah, I do that. So, but it's important that if you're working as part of a team, you should be able to read the code. You should be able to maintain the code. You should not write code to be what someone else expects, right? Because they're not working on the code, right? So if you know, if someone comes into the stream and says, "Oh, that's horrible. Why are you doing it that way?" and then leaves, I'm not going to lose sleep. If someone comes in and says, "Oh, did you know you can do it this way?" and shows me an example, and I like it, then maybe I adapt it. If I don't like it, I give reasons for why I don't like it because it's worth discussion. But yeah, I can pick and choose, right? Because it's what fits for me and what works for me. So I've seen, the annoying thing is I've seen the ability to get a list of collections and I don't know where I've seen it. Now I know, now Matt's give me that idea. I know there's a thing. Yes, I did introduce a saga pattern, which we sadly removed yesterday from the actual code, but we did create a library last week for introducing sagas for, because we had an event, an issue where I was listening to several notifications and the tenant being created had to wait for all these notifications because I didn't want to create resources unless I needed to. So we did create a saga library around Mediator that if the code generation works fine, it works nicely. but basically you can just create a saga and it will create the subscribers to the notifications. I use Redis as my microservices backbone though. Nice. I haven't touched much Redis stuff. Like that will definitely come up at some point in this application, right? Like caching and things like that. Like that's Redis is definitely something, you know, I've never done. Yeah. Yeah. Well, in the sagas library. Yeah. If you ever want to check out the things that I add to the stream, projects that I do. So again, things like the Kafka pieces, I will break them out as a library once I get further down the line with this. So the Kafka configuration, the consumer builder publishing stuff, it's useful to do to get up and running with Kafka because there's a lot of wire up you have to do. But yeah, it's I'll make that available later on as its own library. I dump logging to it real time. Nice. Yeah, logging is going to be a whole discussion. You know, open telemetry, metrics, monitoring, all those sorts of things are definitely going to be topics that I have to tackle here. My general opinion towards software is I don't log unless I need to. I never use it to debug, so I don't put logging in for the sake of logging. I don't like try catches unless I know why I'm try catching. So I don't put them in routinely. I don't try and defensively code, right? So I try and write the code so if it fails and falls in a heap on the ground. And the sooner you do that in development, the better. If you put in defensive try catches around code, it's an unhealthy practice because you could be hiding things that do happen. That once you get beyond, you know, again for this. Even now, if I register a tenant user, that goes up to an API. That API creates a record in a database, or actually 2 records in a database, then publishes a notification. That notification triggers one system to fire off a registration to auth0 and another system to fire an event to publish to Kafka, which then consumes that event and creates a record, will create a record in another data store, right? This is just adding a user. This is not something super complex. There's no massive business loads in here, but that's a lot of pieces. So just adding try catches around things to hide things. If something goes wrong in that process, I might not notice that for a couple of hours, a couple of days, a couple of weeks. And if it happens in production, that's even worse because things might be missing and I'm scratching my head wondering why. So I believe in not putting try catches in, hitting exceptions, wondering why the data is not there sooner as I'm testing it, because then I'm more likely to put reasonable structure in place as to what could actually go wrong and not what I think might go wrong or possibly could go wrong. Default collections.any. Why is this bugging me? So we have a particularly long stream today. We're now at almost 3 hours. I'm going to go for a little while longer. I want to finish this for certain, so I'm going to go for quite a bit longer. Again, I normally stream Monday to Friday, 7 or 9 a.m. Eastern. Nice. Thank you, Juba. Right. I do stream on weekends where I can. Anytime. There's no set times on weekends. But yeah, today and tomorrow I will be streaming a bit longer because I am actually off work, and I will stream again next Friday. Is my Discord link in? I think Discord's linked below the stream here. But if not, I do have a Discord that you can join. Right now, the suggestion of one of YouTube viewers, I did post a poll in there. So next Friday, I intend to kind of pick based upon votes a coding challenge, and on stream read the coding challenge, identify how I might tackle it, and try and implement a solution during the stream. So feel free to join the Discord if you're interested, and you can drop a vote there. And yeah. He says that he's still struggling to figure out where this collection is. Am I thrown off by something here? Scope, got bucket, got collections. That does not have get all collections. There's got to be something in the API docs I'm missing here, right? It's got to be. Collections. Collection management. Create collection, create collection, create scope, create scope. Get scope, get all scopes. No, there's no get all collections. Get all buckets. There's a problem. So in Mongo, a bucket is a top level item, and then you have collections underneath your bucket, essentially. And in other document DBs, in Couchbase, we have a scope. The scope goes below the bucket. I'm kind of saying this out loud to refresh what I'm doing and also kind of get my own thinking right as well. So right now, the stream is literally the rubber duck, right? So I have a scope, so the collections has to be at the scope level. Because the collections at the bucket level don't make any sense, because I'm not dealing with collections at bucket. Now, the weird thing is the way the API is written. When you get collections, when you're creating a collection, you're giving it a scope to create it in, right? But there is no scope enumerable. I could have sworn there is one. I don't think there's any extra Couchbase. No, there's no extra Couchbase libraries that I'm missing, right? I'm just missing, yeah. So scope. So Matt gave var all scopes equals await, get all scopes async. And then var collection equals first to default, collections any. But there's a period there because the bucket. Matt, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Someone Prime subbed me the other day and it never actually told me, and I don't know who it was as well. Because, yeah, I was. Yeah. So why is this so difficult? What am I missing? Bucket dot. Collections dot. There's just nothing there that I'm seeing. Unless I'm missing an extension that it will add later. But I don't. No, the documentation doesn't have that either. Sometime we miss the extensions package. Been there before. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of one of those areas where you you kind of, it would be nice to know about. And again, I don't, like, I get the documentation for the SDKs, right? They're nice and simple. And the example code doesn't, I don't think it does actually. Let me have a look. I guess the scope, yeah, this assumes everything exists. There's no validation in here that things are missing. Oh, no, that wouldn't be on the cluster. That, there's no way that would be on the cluster, right? Because yeah, that's way too high. But that's what, because the bucket manager lives at the cluster level, right? And then that has get all buckets async, right? And then you can do any on, you could do any on that one because you can query the buckets. So from the bucket to get the collections, only provides scopes, but the scope doesn't have get all collections. So it's like, I'm missing a piece somewhere along here. Because the bucket has scopes, so I can get bucket dot collections get all scopes. Hold on. No. Var scopes equals var collection equals scopes dot first dot deep, no, ff dot okay. Ugh. Okay, mentally that model isn't working for me. I see it now. So from the scope I'm in, I cannot query the collections that I have. But from the scopes collection, the scope spec, I can query. So this is a little okay, so this is the scope spec, right? So the scope spec.name equals my scope.name, and right, I assume this is because of the organizational components underneath, right? That's what I want. That's the query that Matt gave me, right? If collection is not null, return, right? There we go. So mentally, that structure is not. So I have to go and get all the scopes for the collections, and then using that, I can go and find my scope, which I'm already in, get its collections, and if I have that collection, then I'm good. So what we do here is, and this is what Matt did, right? We create Couchbase extensions, right? And again, doing it this way, if Matt's extension becomes a component of the API, this will literally be swapping out a method for does collection exist? Because even if he does this underneath, you know. Juba, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. So, does collection exist? Now I can take scope, and then string, and then actually we can do it a little bit easier. We can do this. We can do T collection, where T collection is a collection document. I'll go over that in a second. We can introduce the iScope there. We can paste the code here. The async ask tool. We'll get into the debate of async versus not later. And for the readability API, I'm going to leave async off that. So again, the thing to remember here is I'm not doing this every single request, right? This isn't like this code is being fired at, creating a ticket. I'm not checking to see if the collection exists when I'm creating a ticket. This is infrastructural. This is once every user, once every tenant even, right, that I'm going to do this. So I should never be calling initialize collection from anything but infrastructure code. So it's not really damaging for me to do this. It might feel a little bit wonky, but it's not damaging, right? Collection not equal to null. Is not null. I much prefer the readability of is not null. So, right. I'm getting very lucky with these dogs today, I'm afraid. I'm going to be spending the rest of the day walking dogs, I think. They've been very good. So now we can go back to our work item context. And again, this is all Couchbase code, right? I could have done that inside of, but now that gives me, if scope dot does collection exist, T, and what don't you like? Oh no, await. I can do something like that. First any instead of first to default. Yeah, I mean this will bail. I assume this executes some sort of API request underneath, right? So wouldn't that bail out quicker than? Depends on how it's implemented. That could be first to default though. Ultimately, I mean any collections with that name. Yeah, I'll leave it like that. Await versus get awaited get result. I like using the language structure for that. It's built for that. Right, get away to get result. If memory serves, that's not advised to do. Async is one of those things where there's a lot of magic underneath. Once you start writing async code, you can't stop writing async code. So if you're brought into a code path with async code, you kind of have to follow along, right? So, yeah, go peek for it. Why is it an interesting difference underneath? Okay, so that now solves my problem, right? If that doesn't read, that doesn't. That reads better. That's the sort of thing from a readability perspective, I much prefer that. I know that in is it APIs or is it WinForms apps, you have to specify some flags because it does change the behavior slightly on how it actually works. I know there are some differences. I just don't know what they are right now. But there are a lot smarter people than me that deal with the async task stuff. And again, like I said, unfortunately, because of the way the code, the APIs and stuff are written, you really, once you start, you really can't just break out without significant effort. And it's not worth doing that. So you might as well continue to, but not use that at all. Oh, because I took the timing out. I'm going to remove that. This commit is going to be ginormous, by the way. So which makes that a primary constructor, which cleans that up. So again, the only reason I'm using this not contain, yeah, that's fine. My unit test. The only reason I'm using this Couchbase unit of work, as I'm calling it, is to try and abstract away the scope, right? So I just say, hey, create a new unit of work for this tenant, and then it's the scope is grabbed and everything works. And again, I might not be doing things perfectly, but we'll see. So I should now, after all that time, be able to start the consumers up. The consumers should create my tenant users. The collection exists, so they should not error. And all will be well in the world. It didn't crash. I probably need to, I assume I need to update Couchbase soon as well. It's been a few weeks. We have John. We do not have Fiona, but we have John. Why do we not have Fiona? Did it? Oh, it might have passed Fiona enough to mark it as complete and move on. Well, sorry, but let's test this once more. Let's do Matthew. Welcome back. So when we do this, what happens? Couldn't connect to server because you're not running the application. Nothing happens. So like I said, this is not just adding a user to a database, right? In a traditional system, this might have done a lot of things, or it might have done a simple thing of adding a user to a database. But what this does is it adds a record to the tenant management database. Insomnia, yeah, it's like Postman, but without all the bloat. Although it is getting a little bit bloaty itself and a little bit more challenging, because I think it's getting where they really want to put you behind a paywall and like make you pay for features. But it does have things like Git sync and stuff, and yeah, there's some good stuff in here. But I picked this up years ago because Postman was getting so heavy. Yep. Yep. Yes. I had someone come in the stream the other day and say, "Oh wow, you sound like you're in your 60s. You look way younger." Thank you. Can it open Postman collections? I don't know. I haven't tried. I don't install Postman on this machine at all. This is all Insomnia. So it has got a lot better over the years. But this I just kind of like. It's just nice and simple. So when I register a user, it sends an API request. That API request goes and creates a record in the user's database in the tenant management component. It then creates a link to the tenant, and that is determined by who I am, right? The tenant that it's being put in. And then it publishes a notification using Mediator. That is listened to by two pieces. The first piece says, hey, I need to go and register this with my provider, which in this case is auth0. So it goes up and sends an API request to auth0. And then it publishes an event to say the tenant user was created. That is then consumed in the work items consumer and then inserted into Couchbase so that we have a username. This is all just so I can join on a username, by the way. But once the structure's there, the structure's there. I code since 1995, feel still 17 too. Yes, I'm not much. I'm a little bit behind you there, but well, I've been coding since the 80s, but professionally, the late 90s. So yeah, but yeah, some days I feel it, some days I don't. Physically, okay. So why are you not consuming work item? Because I just started the tenant management project. So there I started the wrong piece. I did not start up everything, right? So everything was not running. So let's run everything. And I should get a consumed message, right? So I do karate, and part of karate is sparring. And being a heavier guy in my mid-40s, running around and trying to fight 15, 16, 17-year-olds is quite a challenge some days. And today, I made a joke yesterday on a stream. You know you're getting old when you're happy to see multivitamins and a leave arrive. And yeah, on my desk. Okay, so we have two. There we go. There's Matthew. So now we have a name. We can now, after all that work, we should be able to take actually this first, go to our tickets piece, right, and add an assigned ticket. No, I do not want to do that yet because I'm not Matthew, right? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do that part. So this ID uses the document ID. This is my user identifier. This is the shared identifier. So if you see that ID there, you could go into the tenant management user system and look up that user by their identifier. So I'm trying to make sure these identifiers are being shared across the system, so they are the commonality. I'm getting to the point where I have ibuprofen stashed wherever I go. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of taking medicines, but you know, at some point it's unavoidable. Anyway, okay, so I'm going to create a new ticket, right? That ticket, that API points straight into Couchbase, right? So again, in these instances where I'm talking to the collection, I don't need to do that test on does the collection exist, etc. The collection should exist because I've established the collection. And I should have assigned. Yeah, there you go. This ticket should be assigned. Yeah. And I can tell that it's not because this ticket should be assigned to blah and it's that ID. So that's Matthew in the database. Okay. So we finally get around to our queries. So right now, when we query, right, and what I've done here, by the way, is I've kind of created a structure that looks like our Dallas's specification, specifically for, look at me, I just need coffee. Hey. Actually, I haven't had any of that today. I'll be ordering some of that shortly. So I haven't added specifications in here, but what I wanted to do is kind of set the structure in place. Uh-oh. I have a little woof. So I do have 2 6-month-old puppies who have been amazing for the last couple of weeks. They've let me stream without interrupting me at all, which has been fantastic. They've just slept. And then I go out and play with them for a bit before work. Today they're being particularly good because it's now been almost 3.5 hours. So let's see if I can get this done. So all ticket spec. So I've tried to mimic that behavior. So I can pass in a specification into my Couchbase layer, right? And that allows me to not put the SQL statements in here and just wrap them up instead, and with the intention of returning this. The challenge with this is I now have an assigned user, right? So my specification is just literally, hey, it's an object. You know, it doesn't have to be that, but it will map it. The query that it pulls out will map to this object. So there's no actual hard rule to say this has to be ticket. It's just, it makes sense from, because it's going to that collection. So this is where now this might break, because obviously now I have to explore what it means to write a query, right? So if I go back to Couchbase, oh, I may need to take a quick break, it seems. Yes, I'm going to have to take a quick break shortly. If I go here and I write that, right? That's because I don't have any context of where I am. I need to go to the bucket, right? So buckets, scopes and collections here, documents. Can I just write a query from here? Gotta get my way around this tool. I was hopeful that, so DataGrip is my go-to tool of choice, right? I was hopeful that I could write queries in DataGrip, which would be awesome, because then I could have all my data, because I can even view Kafka in here, right? So I can actually see the Kafka queues in this as well, but I couldn't get this working properly. But that would be very cool. No bucket name tickets, yeah, because there's the context. Work items, default, scope, there you go. Nice. Cool. I'll give that a go. As much as I'm loving the software, I'm not totally enjoying this interface. It can be a little bit janky at times. So here, do I just write it like regular SQL? So tenant users on, and it would be a left. It'd be a left join, because the user may not exist. Yeah, it won't let you post the URL. I'll fix that afterwards though. TU on TU. Let's be on TU dot ID equals T dot assigned user identifier. And then that would be TU. I'll worry about my aliasing afterwards. I just want to make sure it works. TU dot name. No index available for anti-join term TU. No index available for anti-join TU. Guess I get to learn about the query. How can I do that? Using its an ID and tenant users, I think. So I create the default index, but that's not. So I made it create the default index as part of creating the collection, but that's not enough. Okay. Opens. Add new. Okay. Index default index meaning primary index. Yeah. So sorry, I need to keep an eye on the pubs. When I do my we'll worry about those wait until readies afterwards again. Those were again kind of leftovers. When I initialize the collection, I do add a primary index. You join a document key instead of ID field, that would work, I think. Which is keyed on that, yeah. Yeah, I'm using the community edition here, by the way. But I need to take a very quick break. I need to make sure that, hold on. Maybe I don't need to take a quick break. They've kind of, I think they're just going to snuggle down together again. So I'll finish this out rather than breaking. I think we'll give it another 30 minutes. Yeah, so I do add a primary index. So that's an interesting thing. What would I need to do? What's the common pattern for establishing a collection? Like, because now I'm starting to feel that I'm way off on how I'm doing it. And if I look at the try cb.net example, it kind of assumes everything's there. So let's go back to Couchbase here. So okay, we'll remember history. I'm going to copy that anyway. So if I go back to my bucket, work items, scopes and collections, to that one. So if I go to my tenant users, yeah. Yeah, I downloaded that example and yeah, I actually updated it to .NET 8. I think one of my first ever PRs I've ever done was updating the Couchbase example to .NET 8. So buckets. So how am I going to do what I need to do here? Indexes. There we go. Yes, my ID is the exact same. So I have the primary indexes. That's my tickets. Hold on, that's not tenant information ticket. I don't have a primary index on my, because I never created it. That's why. Because it created the collection, then failed, and then didn't actually do the piece because I didn't actually create it. Yeah. So maybe swap in meta in your join condition and try that. But I've got no primary index. Let me verify that that is or isn't enough. How do I add an index? But that would be why. So scopes and collections, I can do that. Tenant users doesn't have a primary index. I've done this before through this UI. Yeah, and it should have been there. That's the weird thing. No index found. Try another bucket scope. Documents. Why can't I add? That's my bucket. That's my scope. There's my indexes. I feel like I'm missing a plus button or something somewhere. You can create primary index, bucket scope collection. You can run that. Okay, so there is no add. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like I feel like I'm counter to the design choices of so work items dot. Oh well, I'm in that, right? So can I do tenant users? I'm scope. I'm in the context of that. Primary indexes in general are not good for production. I saw that error. I think I brought that up. What does that mean? So a primary index is kind of like a useful covering index, but it's not something that's advised for production. Therefore, in reality, you should only add it in development. I'll create primary index on. Sorry. So your indexes should be better thought out when you go to production, but in development is fine. So creating primary indexes is just a way to make sure you can query. No index available. Okay. Oh, my intention is not to. Okay, so even with the primary index, that does not. So just verify that is there now. Right, but even with the primary index, that query does not execute. So no index available. So I do need to create an index on the ID. Gotcha. So it's the equivalent of a full table scan in the relational world. So the equivalent of how most companies have the databases set up. So here we do. Now is it tu.meta instead of tu? Okay, so on meta.id. Inquiry with multiple from terms requires an argument. Oh, there we go. So also helps if no, I've got tu name there. The object shape is going to the difference between a SQL query and an object query. I'm only getting the column back or the data back, the actual value, if it's actually joined on somebody, right? Now these other ones that are assigned, right? If I put in tickets dot assign user identifier, right? You'll see that several of them do have an assigned user identifier, but there's no user because now that information is not there. Right. Yeah. Well, in SQL, you'd still get the column appear, but you wouldn't get the data that would be null, right? So just visually, I was like, why is there no name property? Well, I expect to see name null, but I'd have to coalesce that, I assume, in the same way I would in SQL. Just there's no column representing it. So here, wow, it's amazing what we're learning. Matthew, you should participate in every broadcast. You can use core. I don't think he'll want to. He'll want to join me in working with Kafka all the time, but it is really helpful to have someone who knows what they're doing. And yeah, Unfortunately, Matthew cannot get up for most of the episodes. One day, maybe down the line, Twitch does have the capability of doing like the join streamers thing now. That sort of thing would be pretty cool to analyze and address some of the deficiencies. I think that would be cool in general to get other streamers who have more knowledge in areas together. Well, unfortunately, I'm getting up at like 5 a.m. But so I have the time. I need to take a quick break. I need to let the dogs out, and then I will come back, finish up this. We'll get the list working. We'll get the results out, and then we'll decide what comes next tomorrow. So I will be right back. Thank you. Okay, I am back. My apologies. I have a question: why primary index is generally not good for production? So primary index is basically a covering index, so it just indexes everything. Is my assumption. So it's just a full table index. So it's another copy of the data essentially. So if primary index is not healthy, what you want to do is index on the fields that you actually are going to query more, right? So you want to be more targeted. Most databases are going to have those covering indexes on all the time, right? But if you look at SQL Server, if you create a table and add an ID column and add the index, that's your primary index. It's referred to as the primary index, but it's an index on that column, right? So I assume the primary index in Couchbase does a little bit differently. So I would imagine they'd recommend indexes on specific fields, like assigned user identifier. I might want to add an index on because I'm going to get all tickets for me. ID, well, I'm not going to index description, customer name, because I'm not going to do them very often. Review date, possible. So, yeah. So let's do. Just ordering some food for lunch, so I don't have to worry about fetching that afterwards. There we go. Okay, so I have this query, right? And I could take this into. So ultimately, what Matthew is saying is, this isn't something I want as part of my primary API, right? I don't want to advertise this as necessary. This is really a development piece that I want to add on while in development, right? So I might not want to do this part specifically. I might want to create a process that does, you know, add indexes that I need on the objects, or be able to specify maybe, right? So I need to say which columns I'm going to index on and build them out that way. But we can explore that. We can learn. I'm not pretending I'm an expert in Couchbase all of a sudden because I've written some code and got some data out of it. But I need to use it and grow into it. So we will fail. We will succeed. So the query executes. He says it just literally executes a query async against Couchbase, right? With the entity. It does not how does that entity relate? The record type returned. So this entity doesn't matter. So if that is that, because that specification doesn't need to be a document type at all, because that object doesn't matter in Couchbase unless it needs to be. No, because Couchbase, its collections are named. It does not have a concept of the type. That's just a mapping, I would assume, for the API to map that object back into. So I don't need that constraint here, right? Well, actually, I need a constraint, but only that it's a class, right? Because then what I can do is I can put my ticket view model there, and my ticket view model, I could have public string, actually a nullable string, assigned user, assigned to user. it reads correctly, but I mean, it's the assigned user, the assigned to user. It doesn't really make a big difference there in the naming, and I'm not adding words for the sake of adding words is not necessary. So here, you know, I could then, in theory, again, I want a left join here. I want to left join tenant users, and I'm going to write the query as it is right this second, not as it might end up, right? On, that's nice of it. So we did meta tu.id equals tickets dot assigned to user identifier, right? Helps if that's a left, right? And now I can do, is there a coalesce? So ultimately I want to do kind of, I'm going to write as I would want to do write it. Coalesce. Tu dot name, comma, unassigned as assigned user. Actually, doesn't really matter, does it? For the sake of learning, let's see if that's the even thing. No, coalesce is not a thing. That's not what it errored at, though. That's what it errored at. Biggest reference to field unsigned. Okay. There we go. Assigned user null, assigned user null, assigned user null. Good. So I did. If nothing else, that demonstrates that the SQL compatibility is good. Query user, the primary index is going to look at every single document in the collection, similar to full table scan, which is also bad at your production. Yeah. Well, and that's kind of why I'm saying, right? I'm not an expert on this, right? I'm writing code to use it, but I'm in no way, shape, or form an expert. If I wanted to take this product to full production, I have to be fully prepared to find the right people to optimize it and to make it the best it can be, right? I can utilize the fact that I have other people I can talk to as I go through, but I'm not gonna benefit massively from that. I'm not gonna learn all of a sudden how to use Couchbase intimately or become a DB expert because it's a small component or a relatively large component, but it is a smaller piece of a bigger puzzle, right? So you know when you're building an application, finding the right people that know how to do the things you need to do is very critical, right? Just slapping the DBA tag on someone does not make them good at this stuff. So I've seen way too many databases that are poorly optimized, and DBAs have been scratching their heads over things. But when writing code and developing a primary index is totally fine. Couchbase is an index advisor that can help you write more efficient indexes. Relational databases, the primary index is usually added to prevent table scanning. Of course, indexes change depending on the type of query, partition based versus, yeah. So, you know, these are all the things we're looking at, right? We're looking at how to do all the things. So that goes in there, and that's assigned user because ticket view model has assigned user. That will map. So if in theory, now when I go back here, I don't need that at all. Because that just blew up. Because that will do everything I want it to do. Except query now has this, so that has to be a class. That's fine. Class. Because Couchbase should just map it into the object. And again, the reason I'm following this is because it looks slightly similar to the repository specification stuff that I'm using in the database side of things. So it's a familiar API, right? That's really what I'm trying to make sure that I'm consistent in how I'm doing it, regardless of my storage technology. That's what's making it easier. Primary index in relational table only prevents table scan if that primary key is used in the predicate. Yes, you're right. The AI and Couchbase tells us which fields we should index based on the query, right? Well, analysis of the data and commonly used fields. You can use the AI, but there's also an index advisor feature that doesn't yet use AI. Yeah. So I'm using a Dockerized version of Couchbase here. There is a cloud-based version, Capella, if I understand it correctly. I'm not looking to rack up any cost yet. So everything right now is on my machine. It does mean that I'm kind of tied to this machine. So yeah. Okay, so this starts to tidy this up a little bit now. Let's do worse. What is the worst that happens? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wait for my food to arrive. And when my food arrives, that's when I will end the stream at this point, I think. And that way we have a bit more time. Or if I get to a really stuck point, that's when we'll end. So let's just hit get tickets. Oh, that's because there get tickets should go in there. Assigned user, assigned user, assigned user, assigned user, assigned user, assigned user. Everyone's, oh no, there we go, assigned user, Matthew. There's no free tier of Capella yet. There is a free trial though. Oh, what food did you order? I actually ordered breakfast first. I had a bowl of, so I ordered granola the other day. And I did not realize I'd ordered soft baked granola, which is basically granola that's been left out too long to go stale, is the way it tastes. So I was very disappointed. So I had a small bit of that because I was really hungry starting the stream this morning. So I ordered a burrito with a little bit of chorizo, eggs, avocado, and cheese, which I shouldn't be eating because it's not healthy, and then a chicken sandwich for lunch, so I can have the sandwich when my wife gets home. And orange juice. Need some fruit in there, right? So there we go. We have an assigned user already. Now, it's not working, right? Because it shouldn't show me Matthew, because Matthew is not me, right? I am Bob, I think, at this time. Right. So let's make sure we go back there. But this does, that functions exactly as expected, right? It just, Couchbase is doing mapping to the object I specify, and this just creates a nice, easy API. Melodzi, welcome. Good to have you here. Do you like Sprint Scrum? So yes, I like the theory, right? And it's kind of why I'm trying to build my own Agile platform, right? Because I have some opinions on how that could be improved. When things are working cohesively, the entire process works very nicely, but it also falls apart quickly and becomes waterfall. So oftentimes companies say they do Agile and they don't, right? So you're basically sprinting in so much as you've got 2 weeks to complete a lot of work, but they're dumping the work on you. It's common. Lack of specifications, lack of requirements, lack of testing, all piles on to make what people consider Scrum to be kind of painful. So I'm trying to both improve that from the perspective of I've done that for a long time. I've done variety of ways. I've worked with some really amazing people, and I've worked with some people who are just not set up for success with it, right? I don't blame anybody when they're introduced to doing this. You know, it's not their fault, but yeah, yeah, and that happens more often than not. I feel. So kind of my focus for this platform, as I'm terming it, is what I want to do is build a system of from the ground up pieces. And so I realize that my volume is probably a little low on my voice, maybe. What I want to do is build it from, and I'm starting with tickets, right? So tickets being support items, right? So the support item comes in. The support item may get promoted to be extra work, but instead of breaking that chain and creating one system for support tickets and one system for stories, I will promote this ticket to a planned or planning item. That planning item then carries with it all the history of the ticket, and then when it becomes an actual story, it carries all the history of the planning item. So if there was discussion, debate, challenges, timelines, etc. added, then it will all get promoted and will all be visible. And what started as a support ticket, if someone in support was watching that from the first moment, that ticket will notify them even as it promotes up. So as if they were working on an item, they will get notified when that story is complete, and so without anybody having to, oh, where was that? Oh, I don't know, I'll have to go and check, right? Trying to cut out some of those pain points in that entire process, the visibility, notifications, transparency, and accountability, right? And oftentimes those things are the things that fall apart the most. People just, they've got a job, they want their job done. Their job is to get the requirements to you. They don't care if they've just given you the requirements and you have to now get them done in 2 weeks. So, do I like it? Yes. I like the theory of it, but I think that we need to put in some better practices in general. And I'm not saying define the practices, because we spent a bit of time on yesterday's stream going over this a little bit in terms of invest, which was the acronym for how to do agile planning and workflow stuff. And it fits for some people, but you need everybody on board, right? So yeah, that was a very long way of answering, but yeah. So we have a name. Now we need to add the requirements. So at this point, we kind of debated this. Oh, and it should probably wait because of the ad. I need to figure out the ad balance. Well, I really do appreciate those of you in here. The discussion today, the interaction. Matthew, I'm so glad you showed up. You have helped this get beyond where I might have got it today. I really do appreciate the ability to talk about this, to chat about this, to learn, to grow. This is why I stream, right? Unfortunately, I can't stream into these hours normally, and maybe get people on board. But it is I think the development community on Twitch is growing, and it is good to have people from all walks there. My dogs are in full battle mode with each other now. Okay, so my apologies for the ad. Again, by watching ads, you do help by allowing people to get into the stream without pre-rolls, is the way I understand it. And it keeps Twitch off our backs a bit. Oh, thank you. I'm not quite finished yet. We're going to finish this up, so let's see where this goes. So, how do I put in that assigned user ID here, right? So can I do so that's what Copilot thinks I should do here, yeah. So that's injecting. I don't need that when I do the string that way. I do like using this. I've started to really rely upon this so I can get nice clean syntax highlighting still. So this, by the way, if you haven't seen it in C# before, there's a name for it and I can't remember the name, but you can basically say, okay, so I can even put quotes inside if I keep adding quotes up there, but it's columnar, so it will output a string, but it will start here. It will not like be tabbed all over the place. It will actually treat it like it is an inline document. So I don't want those pieces, right? And I kind of want that query, but I don't want that query because I kind of want to say tickets dot assigned user identifier equals null, or but that's not going to fit in there. So actually, then that is going to work, right? Unless it encodes it differently, because it's that at this phase. Yeah, raw string. There we go. Raw string literals. The name escaped me. Some of this, by the way, because I've been out of direct .NET development for a couple of years, this is my learning and getting back into using features and stuff as well. So analyzing what I've done. So I have been doing .NET development for the last year and a bit, right? But I've been my job has been focused on PHP. So my .NET development has been what I want to do in my spare time, which is what's driving this platform, right? I want to build software, right? And I do not want to be a PHP developer for my entire career. So this is my way. So, okay, assigned user ID equals null. That's that. Will that do what I want it to do there? Oh, no, that won't. I want that, don't I? And then I want that. So I wasn't questioning that because of PHP. Because in PHP, to do string interpolation, you use that syntax. So I wasn't even thinking about that then. Ugh. Okay, so let's restart this. And I think I actually do pass that all the way up. So let's have a look. So get tickets, I do pass in the assigned user from the query. And I do in the tickets API endpoints. No, that will not work. That is not what I want to do, right? I want to say if it's me or no. Well, while I'm doing it, let's verify I do pass it in. So assigned to is passed in as a parameter. So I can flex that a little bit because I pass in assigned to. But that's not the story, right? The story I outlined is when I query this, it should give tickets that are unassigned or assigned to me. So that's not what I need. So I need to do user dot. So let's go over here. Let's copy this. Let's copy that. That's my tenant. That's my sub. So I have an extension, get tenant identifier, right? let's for right this second, GUID get user identifier. This claims principal. So one thing that, as I'm going through this, I do start to realize why it is so easy to recreate so many wheels, right? Because I've got two options, right? When I'm looking at stuff like this, and the fact that GitHub Copilot is actually prompting me with the actual code I need, right? Do I go off and search to see if an API exists already? Am I recreating a wheel? Is there actually extensions built within the API layers of Microsoft's API stuff that actually do provide me with the ability to get that claim easier? The fact that GitHub Copilot offered that so quickly, just off me calling it get user identifier, tells me that that is not necessarily an unreasonable piece, right? So I'm going to accept the wheel reinvention. And again, if I come along and that exists and someone says, hey, you do realize that exists already, it's here. In reality, what I should be able to do is just swap it out, right? Same way, if I'm doing things wrong in the Couchbase piece, I should be able to swap them out and not have an impact on the application because I've created the abstractions. I'm going to do something I don't want to do. The reason I don't necessarily want to do that is because it is literally copying and pasting that logic, and now if it changes, I've got two places to do it in. I'm not going to leave a comment. There's no point in that. This auth0 thing, obviously, if I switch out my provider, I've just created a very hard link right down in the bottom of the software as to I'm using auth0, right? But yeah. But that should support that now, right? So now that passes my user ID in. However, I do need to make one more change, right? So in my all ticket spec query, right? This isn't correct. Because I'm always going to pass in my user ID, right? So I actually do want that is null or, because I want all unassigned tickets or assigned to me, right? So I think that would have broken. Let's see if that runs. It may fail. I may get syntax problems. I'm hoping that Couchbase API will actually spit out the query that it tried to run, in which case I can copy it into the workbench and give it a go. Because that is a kind of nice tool to have when you have when you're running queries that are kind of generated on the fly. Knowing what it actually tried to execute is useful. User identifier not found. Really? Not where I expected that to error. Okay. So user identifier is a null string. Okay. Results. That does not have sub, does it? I've removed my user identifier. Where have I removed my user identifier? So it's definitely in there. Does Microsoft remove that? That wasn't in there then. That really wasn't in there. So that's my claims principal extensions. That's all I'm doing really. Hold on, no, I'm doing auth0 stuff. Hold on. So what I'm thinking about here is I kind of do have some stuff that manipulates, because it does this: default inbound claim type, remove scope, add permissions scope, which I don't think I actually need. I think it's actually returning permissions, because the actual this is the token return from Auth0, and there's scope and there's permissions. I don't think I'm doing what I think I'm doing there. Again, that was based upon some stuff, but it definitely removed this and that. ASP.NET, Web API, removing sub plain principle. Sub plain. Name identifier not mapping. Ah, there we go. That's why, because user.name. But they're all saying, yeah, that should exist. Let's actually put a breakpoint on that ticket, and we've got one more go. And then we'll talk about what comes tomorrow. So I'm going to stream again from 7 a.m. tomorrow, probably around about a similar time frame. If I get all my my chores done, but I do need to do holiday preparation stuff. So let's have a look to see if user has a name. There we go. User.name has it. That's why it's removed. I don't need to do it. See? So this get user identifier is not going to be this, right? I'm going to change that a little bit, and I'm going to do string as user identifier name, and then that will literally be that, then name that. So the reason being, dot name. Why? Name is there, right? Identity dot name dot as user identifier, right? Really? I have to guarantee everything? Okay. So I'm confident it's there at this point for the verification point. If you're not authorized, you're not getting there anyway. So name is populated with the sub value. Auth0 provides that, so that's a safe bet. Yeah. Yeah, user identifier. Line 9, column 90, near user identifier. I wonder if I gotta wrap something there. So close. So close. Near the user identifier. What? I mean, that I could see. I could see me needing that. Huh. So one more try, and then unfortunately I do have to call it there. Ambiguous reference to field near. Okay, so it put it in there this time. but it didn't like it. Okay. So I will tinker more with that off stream. I'll get that working. In theory, though, we have it, right? We have a query, we can join, we can map to a model, we've got the database creating. We'll have to do some extra work to, and again, that's worthwhile noting, right? If I go to unresolved, remove primary index on Couchbase pieces, right? I don't want that sat out there. That needs to go behind a if development piece. So I'll have to do that. Almost finished with this. Tomorrow we'll pick up. Maybe we'll pick up attaching notes. See, as a user, I should see unassigned tickets sent to me as being in progress. Contract support tickets, user verification. We've got the whole verification piece still yet to finish up on the Auth0 side, but I think that's not really a stream-worthy thing. Teams starts to open up. Attaching notes to tickets is probably the next logical evolution of the tickets piece. As usual, I should see it. So that's the one we're in progress, and then the attached notes. So then we can finish out this first pass at this saga as such, or this epic. So I'm going to leave it here. Thank you all to have joined. Thank you all who have participated in both the chat. Thank you very much for the bits, the subs. That's fantastic. I really do appreciate the support, and hope that this continues to be a great resource for you. And yeah, we'll get more done. So yeah, don't forget to vote on the Discord. Vote to see what we do next Friday. I will make them a relatively regular thing, I feel. So I'll either put them behind goals of some form. I won't make them so that they're on a schedule because that makes it harder. But maybe we'll put them on a something, and just generally try to get more out of the stream for everybody. So thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate it. I will quickly see if there's anybody online. If you have any suggestions for who to raid over to, who you'd like to go to, that's all obviously a good way to show support and also get more out in the community. I'm not seeing many. I could raid into C# Fritz. Yeah, let's raid into C# Fritz. So if you haven't found C# Fritz on Twitch, that's impressive. As a .NET developer, he is the biggest .NET dev, other than a few game ones. So I will send you over to him. Thank you very much for joining me. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you all again soon. Take care all.